Howdy, folks. What is going on? We will be kicking off the tournament in just a couple minutes. Literally. I'm just gonna give, like 2 or 3 minutes past the start time to give people one last opportunity to check in. And we're gonna go find people to cast, and then we might be playing some folks. Because I think there's an odd number. If anybody is interested, I'm willing to play some high elf friendlies with them since I'm learning them and the high elves are kind of bad. So I don't think it would be too big of an issue to practice a little bit with people if they really want to get some games in. Because getting a bye round in a tournament can be a feels bad kind of moment, I guess. Okay, so let me just make sure that everybody's declared their factions as well. Some vampire counts. We got a lot of elf factions, like tons of dark elves, in fact. We got 4 people out of the 13 playing the Druchii. And we've got a handful of other folks who are in here playing some other units, or some other factions, I should say. We've got Warriors of Chaos, we've got Vampire Coast, some Norska, Pizu, who's one of the Dark Elf mains, is actually playing Kislev, which is going to be kind of cool. Kislev's really fun, dude. They're super exciting. They're another one of the factions that I've been spending a lot of time practicing on, so... No messages, no nonsense going on. Let's generate the bracket and we'll get the tournament rolling. Let's get in here. Whoops. Alright, bracket is live. Let me go find Daniken, see if they want to play a game against me. Where the hell are they? Oh, somebody added it on the last second. Okay. Okay, cool. So that would be everybody, right? Oh, never mind. Well, never mind. Okay, Corsair made it in under the limit. If Daniken doesn't want to play, then let me get a match sorted for folks. Here we go. We're gonna grab Broccoli and see if we can jump into their match. What's up, guys? How's it going? Alright, let me go around. Let me go begging to get some action for y'all. Sweet. Oh, Adam is the champ. So let's go watch some Warriors of Chaos versus Slaanesh, which is going to be a very intriguing matchup. Hold on. Get in here. I mean, obviously Slaanesh is one of the most powerful factions in the game, but we do have limitations on some of the units. They cannot bring any Seekers whatsoever. I didn't ban Pavane. Curious to see if they don't end up being stupidly broken, even with that still available. What? Oh, well, never mind. Daniken's gonna play against us, and we'll get the replay from Broccoli and Adam, and then and then we'll go through the replay for it. Here we go. Let's get some High Elves going, man. They've been pretty fun, actually. Slick. Here we go. Getting them in here. And we can just go ahead and play the map that I had set up for this. Yeah, Chateau. Let's just do that. Ooh, Dark Elves? Okay. Does Buddy have... No, he doesn't. What? He's not... He doesn't even have Stalk? Hello? Play around with them. I honestly don't even care. I'm so interested to see if this guy is, like, even half decent. Does a lot of damage with the bow. He's got, like, decent melee stats. I feel like he's gonna be terrible. TBH, but we'll find out for sure. Dark Elves. What kind of magic do you want against the Dark Elves? We're going for it. Silly build incoming. We do kind of need something to control Scourge Runner Chariots. Don't really know what that's going to be, though. You know what, actually? I think this is a techless matchup. Do want that. Do want this. Net. Is regrowth going to be useful? It's a little bit more money, but I think it'll be, I think it'll have some applications. Bring the Kindle Flame as well. We got 1,700. Just a little bit off. No, I don't think those guys will be very good. I think the Fireborn are a trap in this matchup. Maybe we'll crane them in here anyways. We'll get a couple of Silvern Guard. A couple Rangers. Lots of skirmish cavalry, so we're pretty equal in the width department. Alright, we'll see what our nets and stuff can get done here. We'll do the Pyramid Company. Alright, we'll go for it. We're not trying to be too serious. Coldwell Knights will be a problem, but they're just always an issue, no matter who you're fighting. Let's grab objectives early. Let's get our Lotherns chilling. Got a wide enemy army going into us. It's a little scary. Dark Elf swarms can be pretty rough, man. The Lothern Sea Guard might end up being a big mistake. I don't really have chaff clear either. That's kind of the that's the fun of the challenge though here, I guess. Might wanna, I think we're gonna stay consolidated early on. If only the High Elves had the same, cheap options the Dark Elves did.
None can comprehend my power.
Alright, whatever you say, Teclis.
I am ready. Yes, setting forth.
Yeah, a bunch of Dark Riders are hanging around out here.
Archers.
Can poke them.
Moving out.
That's a Dork Sorceress with Blade Wind and Chill Wind also. Okay.
We advance.
Poke them away. A lot of Black Ark Corsairs. Just gonna beat the crap out of the caster, actually. She's getting way too far forward.
Keep it from the foe.
She looks like she's gonna keep out of range. Use Teclis, though, to get aggressive over here. Just brought in a bunch of Dark Riders. Alright, the Chill Wind slowed me down, but we should still be able to escape. Dang, that's got a crazy slow. Let's get the Lothern Seaguard shooting. Let's go get the caster.
Illyrian archers. Lakoi!
Easy catch here. Let's go get her. Should be able to beat the crap out of her here. Wow, that Blade Wind was crazy. What the frick was that? Super punished for that. Spread out a little. Let's get another Silver Helm. Let's pull back. Alright, she's pretty beat up, so let's get back up in the air.
Moving out. Onward. For duty. For Asurion.
It's back.
Awaiting orders.
Got hammer here. We got units looking to surround us. We just need to keep our dudes alive here. We should be fine. Silverhelm's got a great charge off. Double Canine Assassin of all things. Okay. So we're gonna do some like mega big Flock of Dooms here.
Their end is nigh. Orior. For order. Seeking the foe.
For 9 wins of magic? Hell no, ain't worth it.
Without question. Eberron. Yen-Louis. Defending order. Illyrian archers. Lakoi! Forward. Orders to see. Your affair. Can I be brave?
We got a little bit of a lead. I don't know how long it's gonna last. Let's get the hell out of here. Silverhelms need to be cycle charging as much as possible. Here, Reaver Archers need to move up. Silverens are holding really well, which is nice.
Loyal.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your
Where the hell is
victory points.
Peckless?
Take
He's
it
over
back.
here. Let's go get the Canine Assassins.
Ahain Kadei. Without fail. Sinner. Crush them.
What do we want? Storm Riders wouldn't be bad. Actually, some Rangers
Understood.
to help clear out some of this chaff here. Teclis will be okay. He's gonna hold pretty nicely. Let's get our cavalry back for a sec, and then we'll charge in, and we'll try and clean up a lot of the chaff here. Let's shoot these Doomfire Warlocks also.
Without question.
Aurea!
Asa, withdraw!
They're gonna get netted, and then we're gonna finish them off. Let's get the K-Knight Assassins tied up.
Sail to battle!
Let's charge down some of these units here. More Rangers.
Forward! Without fail.
You're there!
Let's charge the Dread Spears. Pull back here. Keep poking the
By Alario!
dudes.
Battle calls!
Lyrian Reavers, just throwing infantry out, man. I think that's kind of the name of the game right now. We are falling behind, but I think we'll be fine. You know, a lot of the damage is tied up in Teclis, who is going to be able to rally here, I think.
Death to all! Lacoy!
For duty!
Serve the king!
Orders received!
Orders received!
We're going to charge here, and I think we'll be able to break these guys. This is where I think we swing the value back, and then we are perfectly okay. My opponent's going to also run out of magic pretty soon, which is going to really favor me.
Follow me, Asa!
We away! Advance!
Alright, we got the terror out there. Teclis, yeah, he's going to have to heal himself. Oh, and Cold One Knights are here, so we need to answer these guys.
Swiftly!
For the greater good!
Asa, withdraw!
Advance! Fear thy words! Quickly now!
Illyrian archers!
Loyal! Asa!
Let's try and kill these guys. Let's get Teclis moving in. Let's try and kill the Cold One Knights. We're just running out of steam, dude. I really needed Burning Heads, I think. The lack of it is really hindering me, honestly.
Scython! Hear me!
Performance of my units has been okay, but we're just not going to be able to deal with these heavy knights here.
Without
They're really going to kick our ass, I think.
Yes! Making my way! Thanan! Ancestors!
Teclis has been okay. He's so expensive, dude. Literally costs 3,000 gold.
Draw back! Teclis!
You gotta be so pinpoint with the micro on the high elves, dude.
Ancestors, hear me!
Storm Riders! Apace!
And the K-Knight Assassin's kind of locking me down right now. We just got bullied off of our
Shall be
point.
done. Loven Seaguard!
Defending order!
Ancestors! Pull back!
Rip.
Battle calls!
The Lyrian Reavers were fine. The archers have been okay.
For duty!
Rangers were terrible. Not super surprising.
Destroy them!
Orders received! Steel!
Make Ultron proud!
We didn't really have any targets for regrowth, so I think we would have been better off without it. Maybe just going for something else instead would be better next time. Dark Rider's beating up on us. Teclis going down. Burning Head would have been a better call. You just can't beat the Dark Elves on width, man. Wow, and the K-Knight Assassins do a shit ton of damage. What the hell? It's kind of cool. You don't see a lot of people playing the Dark Elves. So when you run into them, they can be a little bit tricky. Got like respectable value on stuff. It just didn't pay for itself is the problem. It's like the classic high elf issue of everything being slightly overcosted for how squishy it is. You just don't get you don't get any leeway with any kind of mistakes, or like you can't really scrap against people, you know? I'm used to playing Khorne where getting into melee is a good thing. With the High Elves, melee feels like a mistake half the time. It's really sad. Okay, next time around. Archmage. Fire. 1100. Or 1400. On a horse. No Armor of the Stars will bring Book of Hoeth. Double Lore Master of Hoeth? That would have been pretty good, man. Work on the horse isn't a bad idea. Could do Tyrion. Could do Eltharion. He's got Soul Quench, and we can do Apotheosis. He's not bad on horseback either. He's a little squishy. If you put him on the on Stormwing though, he's just so expensive. Could also maybe do a Metal Mage for the Dark Elves, because Plague of Rust is really punishing. You can get Focus Fire going and really hammer the Dark Elf units as they're trying to advance up the field. Do double Flame Spire for some punishment. The reason I'm bringing Lotherns instead of Archers is due to Dark Shards. They're just gonna rip me up. Maybe with the Flamespire Phoenix, Wake of Fire can do enough damage with Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, like controlling enemy units, to maybe flip that around. Dude. Money, money, money. Every single time. It's always the overwhelming issue for the High Elves. Memes. Double Mage with the Phoenix in reserve. Cheaper Silver Helms. Lyrian Reavers for sure. Shadow Walker Reserve with Lions. One more Bow Cab and one more Illyrian Reaver. And Shadow Walkers hit pretty hard, so they'd be pretty nice. Fighting characters is the issue here. Right, we got one more match to go here. And then we'll be on to the next round. Slick. We are actually getting some replays. Let me go ahead and drop this replay in here. A bunch of ladder replays for the High Elves. I've been practicing them a decent amount. They're just really tricky, man. They're very hard to get like a proper handle on. Maybe just an Archmage Dragon would be a good idea. Alright, so this is one build against the Dark Elves. Tyrion's the other option on horse. Fire Mage in reserve. Alright, 1100, you get Book of Hoeth and the Starwood Staff, so you get lots of WOM and recharge rate, which is really powerful for the High Elves. One of their big selling points, in my opinion. Spearman just ain't gonna cut it. Dude, Rangers just seem so bad. Oh. Try a couple white lions. Maybe just do white lions. And I don't think a chariot would be very good against the dark elves. So forgo that. Get the Fireborn. Get the Pyromane Company. There you go. It's another build that might work against the Dark Elves. You bring the Fire Magic for clearing out their chaff, because you just can't do it with your infantry. I mean, you don't have the ability. Tyrion can dual characters. He can stop up some charges. Still got lots of poke, which is really useful. Cool. What's up, guys? So, round 1 should be over in just a sec. We're gonna get it rolling, and then we've got a replay that somebody sent us from the last round, so we'll jump in and go through that in a moment. Let me message these guys. Oh. Where's the replay? It just sent me. Oh. It's here. In the wrong folder. That would be why. Alright, so we got... Oh, Kislev versus Skaven. Hell yes, dude. Corsair loves this Eshin magic. Veil of Shadows is really disruptive. Actually does a lot of work for you. Skitter Leap is kind of cool. It just doesn't last long enough. If this lasted like 35, 40 seconds, maybe it would be worth it. It'd be cool if it imbued Snipe also. If it gave Snipe, then it would be worth it for the 25 seconds. Lots of Griffin Legion here. It's a really aggressive Kislev army. And you got a Frost Worm. Iceman's Kiss did Death Frost. Cool. Sweet. So we're advancing to Swiss. I'm going to grab another replay from folks. And then we'll cast both of those. Alright guys, so first round was a little slow. It's kind of how it always is. We got a couple of replays to go through. So we'll have a little bit to do in the interim. So for those of you who are tuning in from the tournament, next round is up. Good luck, have fun. Sweet. So, like I said, you know, Pizu is a Dark Elf main, but is playing Kislev in this tournament because there's so many people playing Dark Elves. We got an Assassin for Corsair, Master Assassin in addition. And the Eshin Sorcerer with Veil of Shadows. Veil of Shadows is super disruptive. Just totally locks units in place, even cavalry and infantry. And then you got Looming Dread on this guy, which is a really nice speed, missile resistance, and melee defense debuff that the Master Assassin has, as well as this Leadership Hex. -8 and an aura around him is honestly pretty strong. I wish he caused fear as well, but, you know, it is what it is. You don't get everything in the world, right? The Assassin's just a really cheap combat character, and these guys are actually fairly effective. Just for, like, the 600 gold that they cost, totally bare bones, they can actually do a lot of damage. Little Grom opens up on the Teethbreakers, but they do pop their stealth bombs, and they go invisible, so they're just going to be hiding on the backside of the hill here, and Little Grom looking to hammer down Poison Wind Globes, and also gets a big shot in against the Warp Fire Throwers as well. So we get Skitter Leap on the Poison Wind Globadiers, which is probably the best choice. So those guys aren't getting hammered down before they can get any shots off in the frontline fight. That really is where the Skaven struggle the most. They've mostly just got some Skaven slaves and a handful of clan rats. They're not going to be doing too much scrapping with the armored Kossars. Even regular Kossars should be able to beat a clan rat. As far as I know, at least. I mean, definitely the clan rat spears. And Skaven slaves just don't do damage. They're there to eat charges and soak up time and attention from your opponent. Teethbreakers, concealment bombs are about to wear off. Little Grom is continuing to press forward, trying to hit the Warp Fire Throwers here. Warp Fire Throwers aren't super dangerous, IMO. They can be a little annoying for sure, but I just never see them really get their value back. With this many weapon teams, though, Corsair's kind of planning for a huge overwhelm on Kislev. And Kislev is pretty far behind on the tickets because it's taken them so long to get up on the points. They just got their first objective. Skaven are, you know, a fifth of the way there, man. Corsair just going to keep building up. You know, tons of Skaven, like almost a full stack all the way around. 34 out of 40 possible units come out onto the field, and Kislev's going to be at a massive numbers disadvantage. They're going to need the Griffin Legion to put a lot of work in, man. These guys are going to have to clean up a lot of chaff. Because, this, I mean, as good as Armored Kossars are at doing damage and, like, holding the line, they just don't have quite the DPS output to kill, like, 3,000 plus rat models that are out on the field right now. Wolf Rats are chilling in the back. They're just hanging on to the number 3 objective, and Kislev does get their double cap finally. It's going to take him a while to catch up, though. They can't really afford to fumble on the objectives much. They're going to have to do a lot to hang on to these points. I'm kind of surprised there's no avalanche mortars, but I guess Little Grom would do a pretty good job of countering that. Grom is just staring off into the distance, checking out those buildings over there. The Master Assassin and the regular old Assassin do get into the Armored Kossars here. Weeping Blade affecting the Armored Kossars here. Beautiful Death Frost onto the Master. He's going to eat a ton of damage from that. It's like a double strength Spirit Leech, basically. So he's losing a significant amount of his very limited HP pool here. He's only got 3,600, so going all the way down is pretty rough for him. One Wolf Rat gets caught by Griffin Legion. One does slip past the net and gets after the Kossars here and does a lot of damage to them, taking them down to less than half HP. About half their models left, and the Frostworm should be able to terror out these things. Look at the Skaven slipping up through the gaps in the line of Kislev's forces. Just kind of collapsing all the way around. doing a very good job of getting into the fights here. Akshina ambushers the Wolfheart specifically. Did drop a pack trap, I would guess, on the Wolf Rats here, keeping them occupied. Skaven Slaves getting flattened by the Griffin Legion. Honestly, not nearly as much damage as I really would have expected from those guys. Griffin Legion over here crushing through some Skaven Slaves, but Rat Ogres do a reasonable amount of damage to heavy cavalry. And the Griffin Legion are suffering pretty badly right now under the weight of those attacks. Kossars getting obliterated by the Poison Wind Globadiers right now. Massive, massive casualties. Skaven steal the number 2 back. Armored Kossars getting run over currently. The Griffin Legion just getting hounded by these Rat Ogres still, dude. I'm a little worried about them. I don't know if they're going to be able to really get away here and find good cycle charging opportunities. They're super expensive. 1,250 gold cavalry units. Just grinding down Skaven Slaves. Maybe it's okay. I mean, Pizu does have a little bit of a value lead. We got Warp Grinders coming in here. Infantry is really thin for Kislev, though. They do get a good lockdown on the Teeth Breakers with the Snow Leopard summoned from the Frostworm, or from the Ice Witch who's on the Frostworm here. You know, it can be very useful just to, like, go after weapon teams, chip some models off of them, and keep them honest. Lots of damage coming down from the Poison Wind Globes. And, you know, Pizu's got the lead. How much that is applicable to actually killing the more important units that the Skaven have out on the field, I'm not really all that sure. There is a Rattling Gun being taken out here. We've got some Skaven Slave Spears going down. Warp Grinders getting charged. And the Kossars going into melee against the Teeth Breakers, who really haven't gotten a ton of value. About 950 is pretty respectable, but not quite paying for themselves yet. These Rattling Guns got absolutely nothing done. Really unfortunate. The Poison Wind Globes have been very dangerous. They're annihilating the Griffin Legion here. Killing some Kossars, Kislevite Warriors being pushed back. Just a handful of these guys is usually enough to do some pretty significant chunking damage to really expensive targets. Skaven Slaves hanging, Kossovite Dervishes grinding down the Warp Fire Throwers. And the Armored Kossars just chilling, man. Fighting all these Clan Rat Spears. The Eshin Sorcerers here also. Griffin Legion running down more chaff. Rallying Rat Ogres in the back here with paying for themselves. Not super huge, though. And we still need to see the mobility for Kislev really sweep up a lot of the Raki. You know, we do still have the Assassin on the field, but it does look like the Master Assassin, yeah, it does get shattered here. 67 HP. Can the Kossovite Dervishes kill this guy? If that happens, it's 100% over for the Rats. I mean, they're pretty far behind now. They've done reasonably well at killing a lot of the mobility of Kislev, but they just haven't been able to finish all of the units. And the higher leadership means that in the late game, even if the Griffin Legion and some of the Kossovite Dervishes haven't paid for themselves really effectively, at the very least, they're going to be out on the field much longer, and they'll be able to run down a lot of the routing Skaven units. You see Terror Route going down. Oh, wow. The Wolf Rats actually Terror Route and then shatter immediately. Brutal. Brutal loss for the Skaven, dude. They really need the harass that the Wolf Rats afford them. Ice Witch being chased down. We do get a Veil of Shadows being popped here. Doesn't quite catch her in the radius. Yeah, just totally avoiding it. But the Mutant Rat Ogre and the Assassin getting after her might be able to beat her down. Eshin Sorcerer is still trundling about, and it does look like the Master Assassin finally died. He's just shattered in the middle of the field here. The Kossovite Dervishes were chasing him for an extended period of time. And yeah, Lord recently died. Huge penalty to the Skaven, who just don't really have the numbers left on the field now. They're pushed well back of the objectives. Kislev is sweeping the middle up. Should be able to take the number 3 without too many issues. It's just a little too much to ask of the Skaven to like hold on to 1 point to begin with. And they just don't have enough time to run the clock out here. Ice Witch is being used very sneakily, just running back and forth, avoiding a lot of the damage from the Mutant Rat Ogre. Pushing through the cavalry, hoping to kind of peel by running through the cav here, whose mass will kind of block up the Mutant Rat Ogre, but they do get broken by the Poison Wind Globadier. Griffin Legion, though, rallying back, does break the leadership on these guys. Cosified Dervishes moving in to occupy the Rat Ogre. And the Wolfhearts, dude, 243 kills, 1,700 value. Still have a little bit of ammo left. I love Akshinas. They're pretty damn cool. Like, they're a very fun model to look at. They got, like, sniper scopes on their crossbows. You know, the absolute pinnacle of ridiculous high fantasy tropes in play here. Like, I really don't know what the purpose of a scope on a crossbow is really going to be. Do they have any more pack traps? No, they've used them all. Pretty nicely done from Pizu being able to utilize all of those. And Little Grom's got 8 shots left. Hasn't really paid for itself, but looking to line up a shot here against the Mutant Rat Ogre. It'll take a ton of HP off this poor guy. Yeah, big shot into the back. Bounces off of him, and he's not looking the worst for it. His leadership is looking pretty horrible, though. Skaven look like they're going to go for another push, though, just because they're behind. They've been having a pretty bad go of it for the last few minutes. Doesn't mean that they can't potentially scrap back in this. They bring the Master Assassin back out. They do have a decent number of weapon teams in here. The Poison Wind Globadiers are probably just going to shatter again. Got some Warp Grinders. The Teethbreakers rallied with 1,700 value. Another fresh Poison Wind Globadier moving up. I don't know. Kislev's still looking pretty saucy. They've got tattered Cosified Dervishes all over the place. Their Lord's really low on HP, but should be able to contribute just a little bit more in this one. Just dropping some like Ice Maiden's Kisses, or potentially using another Death Frost, depending on how much magic is left, to hammer down the Mutant Rat Ogre. I don't think she knows that I don't think Pizu knows that the Master Assassin's available on the field. You know, he does have stalks, so it's kind of hard to spot stalked units when they get brought in, because they are visible for just a couple of seconds when they get summoned, but they do immediately go into stealth. Sometimes you can totally miss seeing them being brought in. Dervishes waiting in the wings, same with the Lancers. Armored Kossars, they've been hanging out here for quite a while. These guys have been on the field the entire game. 189 kills, 561 value, and they got a decent amount of HP to go right back in and clear out some of the Skaven slaves. Booming Little Grom shot. Takes out a couple of the Rat Ogre models. 1,000 value on this thing. Yeah, and the Teethbreakers are in its sights now. Next shot going to absolutely annihilate this poor little Raki unit, man. Shot coming down. Oh, only gets one model. If it had hit in the center of the unit, killed like 3 or 4 of them, probably would have broken them off the field. Master Assassin revealed now. Cosified Dervishes surrounding this guy. It doesn't look like there's any magic for him. Another Little Grom shot. This one getting the work done now. Takes out 5 of the Warp, or not the Warp Fire Throwers, but the Teethbreaker Rattling Guns here. They're actually hanging on somehow. I have no idea, but the Cosified Dervishes gonna get into the back line and finish them off. Winged Lancers get annihilated by the Poison Wind Globadier Fireman. You kind of have to force path onto these sometimes, you know. If they get any amount of value by firing in against your cavalry or your infantry, it's gonna be a really, really rainy day for you. Dervishes going down. Another Winged Lancer out on the field, and the Griffin Legion have kind of compromised the Poison Wind Globes. They just force path through the Skaven slaves, and there's just not enough damage for the Raki to punish this cavalry unit right now. Globadiers need to get out and open up. Rat Ogres and the Master Assassin going after the Wolf Hearts, who have 2100 value. Really good stuff from them. And the Ice Witch just kiting out the Mutant Rat Ogre here, while the Griffin Legion come in, occupy him. They should be able to do a decent amount of damage to this guy. Looks like the Kossovite Dervishes will replace and actually hold the line against him. You know, the Griffin Legion kind of broke the charge, and the Dervishes come in to try and just stop up his momentum completely. And the Ice Witch go into the back lines now. Some Eshin magic going down. Veil of Shadows being used. Interesting. Not actually locking them in place. What's going on there? Is that just the regular cast? Seems a little disappointing, honestly. Rat Ogres get annihilated by the Griffin Legion on the charge, and that is going to be game, set, match. You know, Corsair tried to come in with a little bit of a rally at the end there. Pretty valiant effort, but Skaven just are... They're hideously bad at recontesting points in the late game without, you know, a value lead at the very least, but typically without higher quality units on the field and your opponent kind of scrambling to rally up some, like, decent units. Yeah, the Griffin Legion were solid. One of them didn't do too hot. The others were pretty good. Winged Lancers, I mean, they didn't get a lot of value. Sometimes you don't really need to, though, against the Skaven. Just killing the weapon teams and then holding the line against the Clan Rat and Skaven Slave swarms usually is perfectly acceptable. A lot of Wolf Rats got summoned in that game. They're just not that good. Their leadership is horrible, man. So, like, Corsair got some decent value with them early, but later summons of them just got absolutely waxed by the cavalry. I think you probably only need 2 of them to cap the points. And I really do think a couple more Rat Ogres would really help out. I like the Mutant Rat Ogre for the SE killing potential. I wouldn't really change that at all. But a little bit more mass to stop up cavalry is definitely required here, and Wolf Rats just aren't going to cut it in that category. They can countercharge, but that's about it. Alright, so let's get some Slaanesh action going here. Oh, we got a Shadows Caster. Okay. Yeah, Soul Feeder to replenish the HP on the Slaanesh Sorcerer. It's actually pretty cool that they have that. They're honestly not bad as like hybrid casters and combatants. Because they got a lot of armor, these Chaos Sorcerers. 100 at base. They've got decent melee attack, respectable melee defense at 40. A little bit of weapon strength, not a lot of AP, but just the fact that they spam spells and perpetually heal. Can drop Rod of Torment as well. They can do a pretty good job of controlling the Warriors of Chaos. More expensive units, like the Rotting Riders. Archaon, you know. Just continuing to hit them with Melkoths, Enfeebling Foe, and poking them with the Horsemen of Slaanesh. We'll wear them out pretty quickly, because as much armor as the Rotting Riders have and having regeneration, it's just not going to be enough to really save them from taking damage from these javelins. Because they do have pretty respectable AP values on them. Getting some shots in, a little bit of poke in against these guys, slowly wearing them down. Probably do want to go after some of the horsemen for the Warriors of Chaos, though. There's 2 throwing axes, or 1 throwing axe, 1 javelin, a Horsemaster, and another regular old Marauder Horseman javelin over here. So that's just kind of anchoring on the number 3 objective here, and Adam is looking to get really aggressive early. Maybe overextending, though. The Hellstrider's just rocking up in here. Definitely want to pull back towards the Rotting Riders right now. the Rotting Riders look to be trying to close the ground against the Horsemen here of Slaanesh. Adam's got 2,000 in the bank. What is he bringing in? I'm very curious to see. Devoted Marauders taking a fight. More Hellstriders out here on the field. Prince of Perfection and some Hellscourges chilling. Hellscourge Devoted Marauders are just a nasty unit, man. They do a lot of damage for something that's only 550 gold. They hold really well because of their melee defense and expert charge defense. They're honestly kind of what High Elf Spearmen wish they were. Wild of Torment goes down, hitting the Rotting Riders, who are just getting swarmed by Hellstriders right now. Wow, and they're getting annihilated currently. Oh my god, man. Brutal loss for Adam. That's such an expensive unit to be losing right now. Searing Doom does a decent amount of damage to all of these units, but that is definitely not worth, and they just get absolutely annihilated. Brought low in no time at all. Aspiring Champions moving up should be able to hold. And they're pretty good at chewing through chaff infantry. They've just got good weapon strength, magic attacks, solid melee defense, good armor, silver shields. All adding up to being, you know, pretty durable and worth bringing. And Archaon's trying to kill Sigvald. This is going to be a lot harder than you'd really want for old Archie. But it does actually seem to be putting quite a beatdown on Sigvald currently. Part of that reason is Slayer of Kings was popped, so he's got a huge buff to his weapon strength. He's just absolutely pummeling the Prince of Perfection here. Gets another shot in there. Archie trying to push through, man. Just desperately going after Sigvald. Sigvald looking to find safety with the Horsemen. Searing Doom goes down to try and do some damage and keep those guys honest, and Sigvald actually gets sniped out by Archaon here. Huge loss for Slaanesh. Adam kind of bringing this one back after losing the Rotting Riders. Making a little bit of a play to even up the value just by sniping out the Slaaneshi Lord here. Sigvald dead and gone. Archaon with the signature look of superiority riding around on his Chaos Steed. I'm looking to scrap a little bit with the rest of the Slaaneshi forces here. His magic has been a little bit lackluster, but I don't think that's too big of a problem. If Chaos can just hold on to this point and build up some mobility of their own to like finish off these Furies and the Hellstriders, then I think Adam could get into a winning position. Brings out a very healthy Hellstrider. And does catch Broccoli is way back here in the rear lines. A little bit more. You should be able to get out another Hellstrider to finish off the Fury. Searing Doom going down. Broccoli's been very good about dodging these. The Horsemen have been used very well. Just constantly microing them around, keeping them in position to chip away at Archie, get whatever possible damage done. Warhounds just get absolutely flattened by the Hellstriders, which isn't too shocking. They're just terrible units. They're really only good for chasing down routing stuff nowadays. They're not even good on the counter charge because their charge bonus is so low. Hellstrider's really low, but they do hold in here. They're not going to be terrified by Archaon either. So the Crown of Domination, I guess it's really here for the ITP that it gives to your units. So the Aspiring Champions don't end up running away. Hellstriders maneuvering around. Wars of Chaos did cap the #1 objective in the interim. I don't know what got it. Maybe this Hellstrider did. Horsemen are almost out of ammo, and Slaanesh honestly just doesn't have a lot of infantry out of the field, so I'm very curious to see how Broccoli is going to be able to hold the momentum back for Adam. Who is actually just massacring the poor Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh right now. Pulling him out, Prince of Perfection moving in to maybe chip down these Hellstriders, who did catch one of the Slaaneshi Horsemen. Brutalizing them right now. Some more of Adam's Hellstriders. Very tattered, looking to chip in a little bit of extra value. And Rod of Torment. Oh, a Narcissism going down, keeping the Horsemen locked in place. Trying to punish them, but not really having a great means to do so. Oh, never mind. The Forsaken are right here. They do get a charge off. It's going to take them a little bit of time to, like, nibble through these guys, but they do take quite a few of the models down. Forsaken just have great weapon strength. So they're actually able to clear through the Horsemen pretty quickly. A really good responding Searing Doom, though. Taking about 10% of the HP off of the Forsaken. Killing a handful of models, nothing too serious. And Adam responding with his own Forsaken summons. Has a big value lead right now. Broccoli is really struggling here in the mid-game. Sigvald comes back out. That is a little bit of a investment into the Lord, even if he's just got Auric Armor and Silver Slash. I don't know how he's going to be at anchoring the objectives, though. Aspiring Champions still hanging out over here. The other two are up on the high ground, slowly wearing down these Hellscourge Marauders. Archaon continuing to chip away at whatever he can get his hands on. He's got 2,700 value. Long way to go, though. You know, Slaanesh can use the Horsemen to, like, steal points away, I guess. And Chaos Warhounds coming back out onto the field. This is really where they're useful.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Chasing down some routing stuff, trying to finish them off and make sure that they don't rally and just be an annoying little unit that can come back and try and rally to the point and cap it away from you. Even though it would be slow as hell, it's better to just finish stuff off. Hellstriders eat a Melkoths, and the Sorcerer does go into combat with them. Should be able to clean them up without too many issues. He's down to about half HP. Sigvald and Forsaken moving around with him, devoted Marauders of Slaanesh, scrapping against the Forsaken here. And the Forsaken are kind of losing momentum. They're going to get hammered by a rear charge from their Slaaneshi counterparts here. These guys do have devastating flankers, so they'll have a 72 charge bonus as they get into combat here, which means they're going to fold up the Warriors of Chaos Forsaken here in no time flat, dude. Yeah, big loss for Adam here. Trying to scrap on the number one. Hellstriders coming back out, looking to push down the Warhounds. Broccoli needs to get the charge off here. Misses the, almost misses the charge. Last second charge into Adam's Hellstriders. Collapsing from the other side here. She gets a really good collapse on Adam's mobility. And these Hellstriders going down real quick here. Just absolutely slaughtered. Running for their lives. More Slaaneshi Hellstriders coming in. This is the late game Hellstrider spam in a nutshell, dude. Just like hordes of them moving out onto the field. Trying to lock down the points. I would just keep all of the Aspiring Champions up here. And the Trolls are actually... Okay, so what you'd want to do... Half health Aspiring Champion hangs here with the Troll. The other two Aspiring Champions hang out on the low ground. You bring out your Forsaken to just be a quick unit that can do reasonably well against the Hellstrider swarms. Use them to bounce between the two objectives here, because you just need the double cap. Points are so close. Broccoli is able to outmuscle the number 3 with the Hellstrider swarms. Adam just keeps missing with the Searing Dooms. They could be doing so much damage, but they keep missing, man. It's a lot of value left on the table. It's not really any fault of Adam's, though. Slash is just so quick, and it's really hard to get value out of Searing Doom against Cavalry if they're not locked in place. Slaanesh's biggest advantage is that they just always get to pick and choose fights. They are almost never at a mobility disadvantage. And even if they are, they've still got some pretty heavily armored stuff on their roster. They've got Forsaken, they've got the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh who have pretty good armor values as well. Big collapse onto the Chaos Armored Trolls who are just going to die horrendously here. The problem with Chaos Armored Trolls is the bad leadership. So even if they were able to hold on because of their armor, that leadership, they get attacked in the rear and they immediately rout. They got a ton of HP left, lots of models, only about 300 value out of them, man. It's a big deficit to be giving up right now. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma going down on Adam's Horsemen on the Hellstriders here. Now Archaon's still trying to get Searing Dooms off, and actually gets a pretty decent one here. Nice damage. See one of the Hellstriders losing about half its HP in one fell swoop. The other Hellstriders do break through, though, and, you know, they may be low, but they do have Soul Hunters charged up a little bit here, so their leadership is better than it normally would be. This Hellstrider would probably have broken by now without that, without the charge on Soul Hunters right now. And you do get a leadership boost as you're charging into combat. You get a plus 15. They are going to get a good isolation on the Marauder Great Weapons here. Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh coming back out, and the Horseman Swarms in the late game are looking to kind of take this over. There's hold on the number 1 here for Broccoli. Slowly holding it down on the middle objective. It's not going amazingly, but it could be worse. Archaon is kind of pummeling Sigvald again, who's trying to get away from the Everchosen. Turns around, though, and decides to take the fight. Archaon down to 2,500 HP. Hellstrider's coming in to support a little bit. Broccoli's been doing a great job with the tattered remains of the infantry and the mobility of just, like, holding on to points, stealing them away, getting good engagements to, like, slowly grind down Adam's value lead, and has the lead once again. Forsaken looking to push up the field. Broccoli has the supply advantage now also. The Aspiring Champions do grind out the Furies. Their value isn't looking too hot, though, and the Marauder Horsemen are just getting... they're just not able to find any kind of success, because Hellstriders, the second they catch your Horsemen, it's just game over for them. They cannot kite these guys effectively. I'm a firm believer that when you play into Slaanesh, you don't bring any kind of ranged units, and you just go full aggro with your melee units. You try and bring stuff that's effective against light armor with a few answers to warrior spam from Slaanesh. That's really the best way to go about beating them. This would be even more impossible for the Warriors of Chaos if Seekers were available. Like, even without them, Slaanesh is just able to scrap back from the worst possible positions because of their huge mobility advantage at all times against pretty much every faction in the game. It's incredibly difficult to contend with. And yeah, they just come right back over to hold on to this point. They're going to out-skirmish the throwing axes as well.
I knew it.
And Adam does tap out there. Really good attempt at beating Broccoli. But Broccoli was just way too tapped into the mobility game. Did a really good job of moving around the battlefield, disrupting constantly, getting some really good engagements, keeping the Warriors of Chaos off balance, and killing the Rotting Riders from the outset was massive. I mean, they got 400 value. This is a 2,200 gold unit, guys. If they had been able to get at least like 1,700 value, I think that Adam would have been able to win this game pretty easily. But they traded so poorly early on. The Horsemen were pretty mediocre. And that value lead just slipped away. The second that Adam's Hellstriders went down and Broccoli brought hers back out. No shot, dude. Slaanesh just plays mobility so much better than all the other factions. Maybe just more Forsaken might have been good. I like the Aspiring Champions. You can bring the Rotting Riders. I don't know what you do. You can't really give up all the points early, though. Maybe getting rid of the Horsemen and bringing your own core of Hellstriders from the outset's not a bad idea. The issue, though, is that Slaanesh, if they bring Pavane, can just force fights, and I didn't ban it for this tournament. I just kind of wanted to see how it would play out. Does look a little scary. Okay, we got some more replays here. I'm gonna check chat in a sec, guys. Let me just make sure that the bracket advances here. So we'll advance the Swiss. Alright, DeBolch got 2 bye rounds. Let me ping everybody. Let me fix that real quick. And whoever else gets a bye, then we could do a friendly against them. All right, so let's check the signups real quick. Just a Bolch playing. Alright, we're gonna swap this around. We're gonna give Pont the bye round. We can message them. Oh, well, Corsair's leaving anyway. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, so give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna just move this around a little bit. Corsair is heading out. So, DeBolch and Pont are gonna play. Double buy is evil. We're gonna make sure that we don't let them have to suffer for it. Yeah, right. So that's why I'm doing it. Hoot. I got you. I love the intermediate tournaments. I really love like casting people who are a little bit newer at the game. And I know that there's like a huge niche for people who want to like get into multiplayer, but don't want to just get absolutely like beaten into the dirt by guys like Oishi and attack speed and the really, really high level folks. So I want to bring the intermediate tournaments back just so people can get a lot more like structured practice, and I'm going to mess with the format a bunch. Like, kind of what the plan is this is just going to be an SFT. I just want to gauge interest with this tournament. Next tournament around, I was thinking we could do map bans and then maybe some 3x3 matrix tournaments after that. just so that we can like mix up the formats and keep it fresh. And I'd really love to get as many people involved with these as possible. Because, you know, the super high-level sweaty tournaments are fun and everything, but, you know, I want to get people who might otherwise be a little bit intimidated, and then they can get some confidence and maybe go into those higher-level tournaments and start winning, because it takes time, but once you really get the hang of this game, you can beat anybody, dude. Absolutely anybody can be beaten any day of the week. Oh, and let me get a message to Bolch personally. Copy this. And Pont gave us some replays also, so we're going to cast those as well. Dude. Wait, I'm doing this. Am I doing this backwards? I don't even know. Also, ignore my amazing naming conventions for all of my High Elf replays. I don't know what I'm going to do with all of these. I played like 20 games of High Elves just a couple days ago. It was super fun, and I had quite the experience figuring these guys out. They're kind of terrible, but also really fun. I saved like the best of the replays. I will tell you this, the Air Force build for the High Elves into Khorne is absolutely unstoppable. It is hideously effective. Breath attacks just delete Minotaurs, dude. It is so funny. Khorne just can't even engage half the time. I think Khorne actually needs Bloodthirsters in this matchup. As bad as Bloodthirsters are, I think you just have to scrap up in the sky and punish the dragons as they try to get back in the air. Otherwise, you just lose. So if you try to, like, cap objectives as Khorne and, like, hang out on the ground, nah, it ain't working. And I did have somebody who brought, like, a throwing axe horseman build into the Air Force with Scarbrand and stuff, and I still ended up winning that one as well. Okay. But, High Elves just have a lot of bad matchups. This is one of the ones I was talking about. They didn't have that many horsemen. They did have old Karanak. Karanak was actually pretty disruptive, so maybe you need him. You can lock down the dragon on the ground and kill it that way. Alright, so let's get in here. We got Pizu versus Akeen. Wanted to join, didn't have the time. Hopefully don't have to play into Oishi and lose. Yeah, for real. Oishi is the current, like, Dark Lord of the scene. But we're going to jump in here. We're going to see how Kislev can play into Norska. I would imagine that Kislev has a big advantage in this matchup. They don't really have any, like, fire damage to really hammer down the regenerating stuff for Norska. I don't know if that's going to be too big of an issue, though, honestly. Okay, I didn't hear a word that she said. Did anybody else catch that? Because, man, she is whispering out here. Anyways, I switch with just Maiden's Kiss. Very powerful chaff clear spell. Will be really good against all the Marauders. Even the Hunters, if she can find an opportunity to cast against them. It's kind of risky. You don't want to run into range of these guys and just get filled with these big harpoons, dude. I'm so glad that they did not fix the audio bug for Norska. It does not drive me crazy in the least. Big infantry line for Pizu, looking to rock up to the number 1 and 2. Should be able to easily dominate those objectives. The Kislevite Warriors they're a unit that I see a lot of people throw out in huge numbers. And I've just never been super sold on, conceptually. I think there's definitely matchups where they're exceptional, but I don't know if Norska's really the matchup for them. Norska has access to Burning Head. They've got some pretty decent options for clearing them out at range, actually. Like, the Marauder Hunter Javelins are an anti-large unit, but their missiles are powerful enough. They can easily kill a number of Kislevite Warrior units with just a little bit of time and patience. Really good pack trap there onto the Beasts of Tashnar, and then just an overwhelming amount of firepower coming in from the Kossars. Pushing these guys back, I would probably unsummon them, honestly. I mean, they've taken a bunch of work. And Hounds, like, yeah, the Beasts of Tashnar have more leadership than your standard Hound unit. They're pretty reliant on it because they have Frenzy, though. I don't imagine they're going to be able to re-engage on any kind of equal footing now. If you unsummon them, you'll get a decent rebate back, and then maybe you can bring them back in and re-engage with them quickly. Beautiful Ice Maiden's Kiss, by the way. Took half the HP off of the Marauder Great Weapons. It's exactly why you want to spam that spell. Super cost efficient. Just absolute nightmare fuel. The Marauders engage against the Kislevite Warriors and then shift across, looking to... Oh, they're fighting the Griffin Legion here, trying to keep them locked down. More cavalry coming out for Kislev. Oh, the flank from the Griffin Legion here, just all over the Marauder Hunter Javelins. Marauder Great Weapons pretty far behind. These Marauders also out of position. And one Marauder Hunter going down. Beautiful Overcast Searing Doom, devastating to this Kossar and Akshina Corps back here. They are alive. They will be able to function just fine, despite the massive damage values. It's not over for them, and the Snow Leopard Summon is actually doing pretty good damage to the Metal Sorcerer here. Oh, he's on foot. He'll be relatively okay. I would send Wulfric in to try and help him. You know, Wulfric... Oh, Wulfric's also on... Okay, this is kind of odd. I've never really seen people going for foot Wulfric before. I guess it's not a bad idea. Another Searing Doom comes in. Pizu very attuned to this one, though. Pulls out immediately, avoids most of the damage. Marauders holding back a lot of Kislevite units here, but Pizu with a big value lead has killed most of the swarming elements. Griffin Legion with 700 value already. Very healthy still. Half their HP is pretty sauced for a cavalry unit. And the Skinwolves were fighting the Kislevite Warriors. It isn't really their cup of tea. The other Kislevite Warriors, pretty low. Alright, Pizu coming in with the infantry build, doing really well with the execution. The Kislevite Warriors actually did all pay for themselves. So maybe they're just fine. They're a good roadblock, I guess. That way your shooting can stay online a little bit longer, and the Kossars have gotten some really good value. So going for the nice wide Kislev build has paid off nicely here. Keen is just so far behind and is losing so many units to the pressure from the Dervishes and the Griffin Legion. The Skin Wolves looking to get into combat. I mean, they get a decent charge off here, but they're going to get surrounded by the Kossovite Dervishes now, and there's not a lot to punish the Griffin Legion here. Searing Doom would be a good spell to hammer him down, but the guy is pretty far back here. I don't know if Keen is clued into this opportunity. You know, Searing Doom is great against cav units, like I said earlier in the stream, if they're locked in combat. Otherwise, your opponent's just going to, like, immediately pull them out. Things of the Woods come in. They get a pretty good charge in here. Actually doing some pretty respectable damage to a lot of the targets here. Beautiful, beautiful cast. Hitting the Dervishes, hitting the Griffin Legion. Pretty big damage to the Things in the Woods as well. He did overcast, though, and he blew himself up enough that he's actually routing now. Faster and stronger enemies nearby. You could just chase him off. Just throw the Dervishes after him and make sure that he doesn't rally in one last time for some more magic. Feral Mammoth out here on the field. Norscan Ice Trolls have been really poor this game. I'm a little surprised we didn't see any Fimir, honestly. You know, people kind of dunk on the Fimir conceptually as a unit. Think they're kind of underpowered, but I think they are actually pretty solid. Generally speaking, not the great weapon variants. You can just use Skin Wolves as your anti-large. They do just fine. The Fimir with the dual weapons are pretty good at helping your Marauders, like, clear out infantry, though. They would have been pretty nice to have against this front line. And I really love Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. For a faction that does tend to bring some lightly armored missiles or frontliners, I think having Burning Head and then maybe also having another Footcaster with Searing Doom isn't a bad idea. And what you do is you open up with Burning Head first, and then you bring in the Searing Doomcaster afterwards, as needed when the cavalry arrives. I think that would actually have helped Norsca a lot with the early game, because they just kind of bounced off the Kislev front line, and with all of the infantry just, like, dominating the points now, Akin is having a really hard time, like, rallying enough forces to figure out a way back onto the objectives. You do have Norscan Ice Trolls here with Wolves. A lot of speed debuffs available. These things close ground so quickly. They've got 95 speed. They nip the heels of the Griffin Legion and immediately frostbite them, and they do get caught now. Dervishes coming in to help out. But the Griffin Legion are pretty awful if they don't get their charge off. They just are mediocre in a prolonged engagement. They got better stats than most shock cavalry. But they really do need the advantage of the first strike. Norscan Ice Trolls shatter, just brutal loss, man. They just are not that good anymore. Every time I see people bring trolls, I'm just constantly disappointed in the performance of the trolls themselves. Not necessarily because of people making mistakes with them, but just in general, they seem to be a little lackluster nowadays. Norscan Ice Trolls better than the other variants. They've got better stats overall. A little bit more armor and, you know, better weapon strength is probably one of the biggest things. They get caught up in infantry. There's halberds here just slowly dragging them down. You can see their leadership just barely hanging on there, even though they're not under any real threat. The second they get rear charged is usually when trolls just completely fall apart on you. See, attacked in rear. Really close to breaking. They are pulling away from the combat, though, so they should be able to get into the woods and survive. Griffin Legion get a great charge off here against the Armored Skin Wolves. Lots of bowfire going down, so the Plague of Rust is hammering the armor values on these guys. would be allowing the Armored Skin Wolves a much better opportunity to grind through them, but it's just too much help here. Way too many Kossars poking away. Kossar Spears chilling. More Kislev Warriors up on the points. Just a stranglehold on the objectives. The number 1's the only objective that's open right now. Kislev is theoretically only down about 1,000 value, but I think that's really misleading. They don't have chaff clear. Their regenerating units are not hanging in at all. A lot of stuff has been chased off as well. You can see the Norscan Ice Wolves getting run over. Feral Mammoth has been alright. I like Feral Mammoths. But I think you may want a War Shrine Mammoth if you are going to be going for that instead. Just because the War Shrine Mammoths give extra leadership and they imbue Perfect Vigor once their shrine is charged up. Or actually, it's the other way around. They give Perfect Vigor at base, and then they give physical resistance once their ability is charged up. Which is really nice. Icehorn Marauders just getting clowned on, dude. It's really funny because the Blackhorn's Ravagers for the Beastmen are honestly pretty much the exact same unit, like Perfect Vigor, melee infantry with low armor. But they're just like 10 times better than the Icehorn Marauders. Icehorn Marauders just get folded up like, you know, tissue paper. Every single time. I don't know what it is that makes the Blackhorn's Ravagers so much better. Probably just the fact that Blackhorns have Stalk, and these guys just don't. And Rowdy does imbue a little bit of extra leadership on Blackhorn's Ravagers as well, so... It's kind of interesting, the differences between a lot of the RORs, because... oftentimes, conceptually, they're very similar in what they're trying to do with the unit, but the performance can just be completely different based on roster, based on just a handful of stats being changed around. It's pretty fascinating to see. Yeah, the Javelins just got absolutely annihilated by the Kossar Focus Fire, dude. That's really all these spears did. They didn't really do a whole lot outside of kill the Javelins, but, you know, that's kind of one of the... That's the thing about domination mode. Oftentimes, if you just bring units in and throw them into combat to perform one specific role, and they accomplish it without just getting massacred, if they can stick around and be an annoying tar pit after that, massive, even if they don't necessarily get a ton of value. They paid for themselves. One of them almost doubled its value. That's about it, though. Griffin Legion were solid, which is really all they need to be. IMO. They don't need to do anything too crazy. Eye-Switch was, you know, decent. 900 value. Searing Doom Caster got 1,300. Wolfert got 1,400. Still would have liked a Burning Head, because really, the Kislev Warriors, I was skeptical of them. I'm really regretting being so now. I really thought they would get folded up by Seafang and the Javelins. But the Javelins never could close the gap. The Marauders couldn't really break through them in time. And they were, you know, alive at the end of the game to, like, chip away at the big monsters that Norsca brought out. Still think a Burning Head caster early would be better. And then you bring Searing Doom in reserve to, like, smack out the cavalry when you get good engagements against them. A lot of Trolls in reserve. Some Marauder Spearmen. What else could Kislev really benefit from here? Or what else could Norsca benefit from? Really, I just think that extra caster would be really important for them, dude. An upgraded Mammoth would be cool, because the War Shrine Mammoths also just have a lot more armor. Feral Mammoths are very lightly armored, so even Griffin Legion can hammer them down. Yeah, 80 armor versus 50. And the War Shrine Mammoth does self-buff with the 10 leadership, so it's really got 75 leadership, so it holds a lot better. It is 450 gold more, but I think it's super worth it for the army support with the Giver of Glory. Sweet, more replays. Another replay. We should be through to round 4 now, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, not quite. We got 2 more games going on. I don't want to clear that buy round, because I don't know what that's going to do on the back end. It might totally throw things out of whack. And I need to give Debulch a point, because he hasn't gotten one from Total Tavern for that one buy round he had. One sec, guys. Oh, I know what Norska could have used last game. Some shielded Marauder champions would have been really nice. These dudes are rock solid. They're super strong. They do a really good job of holding down objectives and grinding through other infantry units. They got a ton of weapon strength. You compare them to a lot of other units in the same caliber, they actually outvalue them on just the raw damage that they throw down with their weapon strength. Like, even Chaos Warriors of Khorne don't have that good of weapon strength. They almost equal Chosen, in fact. That's kind of crazy. I never really thought about it. Their other stats really aren't that far off either. Rage is really good. God, dude, no wonder champions are so solid. Yeah, and a couple of them in the start means that Ice Maiden's Kiss just isn't going to do a damn thing. They will be vulnerable to Blizzard, but oftentimes Kislev players are not bringing Blizzard all that much. They're really going for the Marauders, or for the Ice Maiden's Kiss to clear Marauders. People really underestimate Tempest Magic for Kislev. Alright, let's give one Swiss point now that the back end is finally opened up. It's been so slow lately. Come on. Come on, dude. Come on, Total Tavern, please. I beg you. Alright, let me get rid of the replays I've already gone through. We'll hold on to these other replays for a minute, because we are about to get into the next round. Oh, we got Vampire Counts versus Slaanesh. Yeah, Vampire Counts are really struggling against the baddies here. Ooh, the Red Duke. Okay. White King, super good, no matter what. They are a nightmare. Oh wow, we got a Mortis Engine in the starting army. Just imbue the magical attacks, heal. Yeah, the Mortis Engine damage itself from the Reliquary Corruption. Kinda cool. It's gonna be super vulnerable to Slaanesh regardless, though. Got a mirror match. Hell yeah. Dark Elves with some interesting magic options against the Wood Elves here. Alright, so here's the thing. Pans is a really good spell. I like the Curse of Honor here. The issue is that there's a lot of magic damage that's going to circumvent any Pan's Impenetrable Pelt casts. Durthu, dude. Durthu is a nightmare. Kind of cool to see him in a build. He's just got a ton of HP. Super chunky, really high leadership. Great lore of magic with the Flock of Doom. Sword of Daith is really good for clearing out stuff around him. It's got a 100-meter cast range as well. I mean, it's basically a super strength Flock of Doom. You get 2 uses of it, so if your opponent blobs up, and you drop Sword of Daith and a Flock of Doom on top of them at the same time, you'll absolutely obliterate them. Alright, sweet. We got this. We got some Lizards versus Warriors of Chaos for round 3. Slash Dark Elves. A pretty interesting Lizard build. Got a lot of infantry. Oh, we got the Slaughter Guard for Adam. That's pretty awesome, dude. Yeah, and Archaon, of course. Searing Doom, Burning Head. Burning Head really good for clearing out Lizard units. Even Saurus can suffer from Burning Head because their armor of 60 is honestly kind of mediocre. It's not that good. It's only mitigating like, what, 35 to 40% of damage from Burning Head? Maybe not even that much. It's been a minute since I checked the armor tables. Alright, cool. I think that's the end of the round now. I think everybody's just finished their games up. Right as I was debating whether to jump into a replay or not. No, Drugash and Akeen are still going. They'll be done in a minute, though, surely. Make sure and check in with everybody that they don't have any issues going on. Seems like everything's okay. Dark Elf, Slaanesh, super flavorful matchup, right? I mean, jeez. I'm really curious. What factions do y'all think get DLC units, by the way? For the upcoming Slaanesh DLC? Because they've given absolutely no indication that there's anything else going on with any of the other factions. Do y'all think it's just going to be Slaanesh Mono God DLC, or do you think that High Elves and Dark Elves get stuff? Because that's kind of the going theory, is that they're working on High Elf and Dark Elf units in the shadows, and they're just trying to showcase the Chaos God stuff. I don't actually know what the odds of that are. I'm really hoping that the elves get some kind of DLC stuff. They just feel like they're missing a little bit. Especially the High Elves, dude. High Elves are just so far behind the curve on everything nowadays. They're super squishy. They don't have any, like, really cool effects at all. They've got, like, really good mages, and that's, like, the big selling point. They've got pretty powerful lords. But their chaff is absolutely awful, man. I mean, I don't know what it is. Martial prowess just does not help High Elf chaff at all. It does not keep them alive worth a damn. Because they just don't have nearly as much HP. They don't have, like, Phys Res or anything. Except for the Rangers, but this doesn't even help Rangers, it seems. They still seem to struggle in a lot of matchups. Just feels like they're balanced around something that has been passed by in terms of its power scaling. They're probably the faction that feels the most power crept, I would say. Kind of the same with the Skaven. Skaven at least have some cool, like, weapon teams and strategies, though. Oh, I need to check something real quick. Okay. I was talking with somebody about a build that they brought. Little bit cheaper. Nah, Buddy Boy here is still way better. Corsair is bringing some pretty different Skaven builds that isn't just Ickit with Flinsing Ruin every game. I suggested trying out Lord Skrulk with just his items as a Lord. And then, you know, using the Eshin magic to back it up. I mean, Rod of Corruption does a ton of damage. It's a mini Buna effect, essentially. It melts stuff in the radius. And you get 3 uses. Liber Bubonicus is, like, slightly more powerful Spirit Leash. You can get 2 casts of that. And he's not a bad combat lord, either. He can be really annoying, and he's got Contaminate, so he lowers leadership and causes fear. So he can actually run in and, like, break individual positions and punish you for trying to lock him in place. Still kind of squishy to death magic, though, of course. That's just kind of true of all of the Skaven lords, though. Not having access to magic is pretty painful. Alright, sweet. Here we go. Round 4 going up. Let me make sure there's no duplicate buy rounds or anything. Hello? Wait, what the hell is going on? Alright, apparently did not advance the bracket, and I got logged out, so let me retry this. Advance the Swiss. What's going on? What? Give me a sec, guys. I'm having some whack-ass problems. Hoping for High Elves and Norska. Yeah, realistically. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I would imagine the Elf factions. Norska would be cool, though, man. They could really use it. It's been ages. I mean, literally, they never got an update since they got launched as a faction. So weird. Okay, there we go. I don't know what's going on with the website. But we got the next round up, finally. I'm going to jump into some of the replays people have been sending me. And then we'll live cast semis and finals. What's the problem with round 4? Hold on. We'll load into this. Somebody is bringing something to my attention right now. Trying to gauge what's going on. What the frick? Oh, that's so funny, dude. What? Okay, hold on, guys. I need to show this to you. This is an amazing issue. I've never seen this before. Let me pause this when we actually load in. I'm going to show you the brilliant mind of Total Tavern. Alright, one sec, guys. Alright, so first of all, I need to bring y'all over so you can see what the admin side of this website looks like, because sometimes it's just absolutely wacky. So we got a player here who's playing themselves, obviously, and then we've got Adam, who is replaying the person he got last round. Why? Don't ask me. It baffles me. So I'm gonna adjust it real quick. And then hopefully we don't run into any more weird problems like that. Okay, so Adam and DeBolch are playing each other, and then I'm gonna get the two newer people in a matchup against each other. And then let me contact Levis. Sweet. Let me get this set up properly. It's got Debulch versus Debulch, turning into Debulch versus Adam. We're saving that. And then change Adam versus Maxwell. Sorry for the hold-up, guys. This is just like the slightly annoying reality of things sometimes. You know what? We can, we can zoom in and y'all can appreciate N'Kari in his, heinous glory. There you go. Come on, please. Okay, cool. Alright, now we actually got everything sorted, and we'll just kick it right off. We got 4 horsemen, obviously rushing up to cap the points early. Alright, whatever you say, N'Kari. Anyways, horsemen grabbing the 2 and the 3. Probably going to move over to get the number 1 as well. And you just got a ton of zombies and spearmen. The risk of bringing all of that chaff, and really the problem in general for the vampire counts, is that N'Kari basically gets guaranteed healing in this matchup because of the Harvester of Souls ability. How it works is when something dies around N'Kari, like a unit fully is destroyed, gets this huge heal. So N'Kari can oftentimes heal cap against the vampire counts. It's really tough to finish him off as well. And going with all this really cheap, crappy infantry, they're not going to take up that much room, and it's actually, you can see, leaving a lot of space for the Marauder Horsemen to kind of get around the flank here. And N'Kari's just going to have a good old time smacking all this garbage up. Does have the Wit Stealer's Sword, Willing Prey is available. Does have Pavane, so Pavane is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting here for Slaanesh, I think. White Kings get up on the number 2. They'll be very good for clearing out the Marauders here. You got a lot of Hell Scourges, you got some Spears as well. And the Slaaneshi Chaff is going to be way better than any of the other factions variants because they're ITP across the board, so no worries about fear, absolutely no frustrations with terror. There's also Strider on like all of the big stuff, right? Which means that it doesn't matter if you're fighting in trees as a big target, you don't lose any stats as a result. You can actually see it here. The Mortis engine just kind of gets isolated, taking a big pummeling right now. And the Slaanesh Fury is actually attacking the Red Duke, who's getting wailed on right now. Really rough stuff for Mr. Jellyfish. We do get Varix Reavers coming up. They'll be very resilient to the Javelin Fire. And it does look like a zombie... Oh, wow. The zombies caught up a bunch of horsemen there. Actually lost a ton of models. Really unfortunate. Pavane going down. To what end, I'm not 100% sure, but it is being used. And it looks like a Wind of Death hitting the front line for Slaanesh, but really not that devastating. A little bit unfortunately placed. It's got a pretty small radius, and honestly, you'd be better off casting it the other way down the line, from one end to the other, and make sure that you overcast it. Because it would have killed all 3 of these Marauders if it had been used right down the arc that they're all lined up on. And that would be pretty much game for the infantry on the number 3. So that should probably be okay. They do get a really good isolation on the Varix Reavers. The Furies just rip them to pieces. Thanks to the AP they've got. You know, Slash Furies oftentimes are pretty horrible in terms of the damage that they can do. Because their melee attack is kind of mediocre. And the AP is really strong in a lot of circumstances, but they're just super squishy still. They don't hit super consistently either. Devastating Flanker is fine, but lots of factions have really good answers for chewing on the Slaanesh Furies in particular. But here they're actually getting pretty effective work done. The real issue is that the Slaanesh Furies are more geared for fighting elite stuff, and really just have absolutely no business engaging anything else. Especially Chaff, where they just don't have the weapon strength and melee attack to like clear through it quickly. So these should probably get back up in the air and come land over on the Red Duke to finish him off. You can see the Javelin Horseman just bullying the poor little Mortis engine to death. It gets absolutely annihilated. Gets hit by Fascination, goes down in a blaze of glory, or ignominy, depending on what your perspective is. Hellstriders kind of surrounding the undead Chaff units here. Getting into the combat. Easy surrounds. There's just not enough mobility in this build for the undead. They just cannot play their wide Chaff style against Slaanesh. It doesn't work. You don't have any way to punish N'Kari at that point. Your White Kings just get ignored all game because they're slow and they can like hold points, but they can't really cap them. If they're just grinding through infantry forever, that's kind of a waste. They've gotten some good value with the Scab Scrates. I think you bring those guys on horseback. The Red Duke on the Dragon isn't a bad idea. Oh my god. I just don't know what to say, man. I mean, Cryptar's just getting obliterated by the Hellstriders swarm. Slaanesh looking every bit the Nightmare faction that they kind of always have been. Another army ability goes down here. Narcissism this time. Locking the Red Duke in the sky. Obstructing the fire of the Horsemen, but they do move out of the way. Now the Horsemen just going to pincushion the big dragon up top here. You need Blood Knights. You can bring Skeleton Spears. They're acceptable. The White Kings go on horseback, like I said. They're still going to be really good against infantry, but they'll also be able to screen N'Kari a little bit. Follow him around. What else do you bring, though, man? I mean, you just don't have a lot of armored stuff. You probably bring some Graveguard. Bring Graveguard Halberds, I guess. And hope to goodness that your mobility is able to get something done. Oh, a Black Coach would be pretty strong. Also, I think. Another Pavane, or actually a Fascination, so it's just gonna annihilate these poor Varix Reavers, because this is probably the most busted army ability in the game. It does like half the HP and damage to cavalry when it gets cast. It also rampages. So Varix Reavers get pulled into a really ugly fight. Get the Horsemen rampaging around. N'Kari is basically full health. And has isolated one of the White Kings. The other one moving over to try and assist. And the Red Duke has just not been able to do anything, man. It's gotten some breath attacks off that have done some reasonable damage, but not nearly enough to make up for the value deficit right now. And the Chaff has just continually been swarmed, isolated, and beaten into the dirt by Slaanesh's much better Chaff options. Yeah, the Red Duke trying to avoid the Furies and the Horsemen. Vargeist get hit by Narcissism in the sky and are getting peppered down. Another brutal loss. This is one of those matchups that might just be, might just be one of those, like, 80-20s. The game is really well balanced. This is just an exceptionally tough matchup for the Vampire Counts. They don't have the tools against Slaanesh specifically. And in fact, a lot of the Chaos factions are really hard for the Vampire Counts. Vampires are very well tuned for fighting most of the Mortal factions and other undead. But when you're talking about their bad matchups, it's almost all of the Mono Gods. And the Warriors of Chaos to some extent. Maybe when they actually get some, like, Nagash DLC stuff, that'll change. Until then, though, I don't really envision this matchup getting any easier. And just to end the battle off, the White King takes a little dip through space and time. Ends up on his back. Thanks to N'Kari being an absolute beast. Yeah, there's just huge value on the Horseman. Chaff killed a bunch of stuff, didn't get a lot of value, but you don't need it to. Hellstriders were a nightmare, the Furies were a nightmare, the Fiends we haven't even seen from Broccoli today. But they're also another really powerful unit. 2 units remaining. It was literally the Red Duke and 1 White King left. Owie, man. Mortis Engine, it could work, but you've got to have a way to screen the Horsemen out. There just wasn't anything there. Let's go Theorycraft for just a sec. So curious if there is anything you can do for that matchup. You can't bring anything squishy Lord-wise, because then you just get sniped by Pavane and N'Kari. Red Duke with Gaze and Nagash. And Van Hells? I mean, Van Hells is a pretty good buff. Bring Elsif, you bring the Hunger. Curse of Undeath, 2200, ain't that bad. Let's get these guys on horseback. They are premium, of course. You bring a Blood Knight. Will you do double Blood Knight? Just a bunch of skeleton spears. You spam zombies in the late game, maybe. You do dire pack, some dire wolves. And, Black Knights with the lances and barding, a couple Graveguard halberds. Is the Unholy Lodestone better for the passive heals, or actually think you might want Balefire Corpse Carts. The problem is that you're just not going to get a chance to heal passively very often. Because Slaanesh is very good at alpha striking. And they're going to just peel you apart. This matchup just sucks. I don't think you can win it as the Vampire Counts. If the Slaanesh player knows what they're doing, I think they just win. Well, Broccoli played that really well. Isn't really anything else to say other than that. No fumbling, no nonsense, just N'Kari dominating with the Horsemen killing pretty much everything else. So, let's get into a Dark Elf mirror match here. We've got Pont versus Levis. We've got Malice, a K-Knight Assassin, and a Beastcaster. The nice Chaffee army with a Medusa. And then on the other side, we've got Pont with a dragon character, I think. 2 Sisters of Slaughter, 2 Doomfire Warlocks, 2 Dark Riders, and some Scourge Runner Chariots. Which might actually be okay against this opposing army. The Beast Sorceress is going to be a real nuisance for the Dark Riders and the Doomfire Warlocks. We're going to have to be very careful to avoid her. They do have Doombolt, though. It's got a decent cast range on it. They could maybe use that to snipe her. She is also on foot, so she can't really dodge Doombolt either. It's going to be very punishing if it hits her consistently. Web of Shadows is available on the K-Knight Assassin. Just trotting around, looking to fire the little missiles. Yeah, the Supreme Sorceress hanging out in the woods on her Velociraptor. We've got Spirit Leech, Purple Sun, and Doom and Darkness. Doom and Darkness could be really good here. I just don't love Purple Sun of Xerius. It's way too expensive. Doesn't have that long of duration. It does a lot of damage. It's just, 18 Winds of Magic. It's kind of hard to swallow for vortexes when they are, like randomly moving AoEs. Scourge Runners running over the Bleak Swords, trying to push into the Dark Shards, I think. Doomfire Warlocks get around the flank, gonna engage the Dark Riders. Huge win for the Doomfire Warlocks. They're gonna easily crush these poor Dark Riders, man. It's not even gonna be close. Manticore Summon comes down, chasing back the Dark Rider crossbows, which isn't bad at all. Pretty good use of their time. Malice trying to answer the Scourge Runner Chariots, are doing massive damage to the Dark Shard line. They just broke through the front and are all over the rearward forces here. Do need to get away from the Cold One Knights, though, now that they're on the field. Yeah, the Doomfire Warlocks, they take a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. They should be able to follow up and kill this Dark Shard. And maybe be able to get away from the Cold One Knights. Yeah, they're going to be pulling out. Don't want to run through the Bleak Swords, though. They're going to get trapped up here, potentially, which is going to be really ugly for them. Scourge Runner Chariots continuing to be a nuisance, running over more chaff. And Pont is executing really well currently. Got some of his own Dark Riders rushing in, hammering against the Bleak Swords and attacking the Medusa, keeping it locked down for a minute. Doomfire Warlocks on the other side of the formation get on top of the Dark Shards, who are just completely undefended, getting massacred over there right now. We do get the Scourge Runner Chariots and the Repeater Crossbows focus firing onto the Cold One Knights. Do we have a use of the Doombolt? Not yet. It'd be really nice to get this off on the Cold One Knights before they go down. It'd give them a little extra value. They haven't been very cost effective up to this point. Sisters of Slaughter trying to follow that up. Some Dread Spears in position now, and Malice does take out one Scourge Runner Chariot model. He's looking to get after the Death Sorceress. Oh, I haven't really seen any magic from her yet. Oh no, and Malice has found her in the back lines. He pops the Blood Price and Deadly Onslaught, so huge weapon strength on Malice right now. Does get hit by a Spirit Leech, finally getting a decent cast off there. Web of Shadows does get procced, not doing anything really impactful. And the Cold One Knights are getting screened out right now by the Sisters of Slaughter. Doomfire Warlocks pushing through and get on top of Levis's Scourge Runner Chariot. They should be able to take it down pretty quickly. Scourge Runner Chariots are actually pretty weak in melee combat. They just don't have very good stats. Cold One Knights do respond, though, and we do finally get one Doombolt use out of the Warlocks here, which is pretty nice stuff. Gonna help out a little bit against the Cold One Knights. Kills a couple models, nothing too serious, though. And yeah, Cold One Knights catch Malice slipping in the back line here. Really good catch for Pont. He's also got some Cold One Knights attacking the Beastcaster. Bloodrat Medusa just can't get free right now. It's having to do a lot of work in the front line. And the Blackheart Corsairs are going down pretty hard here. Where'd the other Doomfire Warlock go? Oh, it's over here. So, still not value trading amazingly. They do get their Soul Blight off, which is pretty nice, lowering armor and weapon strength. Still hanging on to those Doom Bolts. You should just use them to hammer the Beastcaster or the Medusa or Malice, preferably. Any of those targets would be pretty effective for the Doom Bolt. It's not that good against cavalry. It can do some decent damage if it hits them while they're blobbed up, but otherwise it's kind of a waste. They do get at least 800 value. It's just a shame that they can't do a little bit more, because the Coldwell Knights are just way more effective on a per-cost basis, typically. Scourge Runner Chariots continuing to poke. Good value on them. Very good value on them. Hitting the Dark Riders of Levis on this side of the field. Coldwell Knights finishing off some Bleak Swords. Going to be trying to cap the number 1, but a fresh Coldwell Knight for Levis moving up. Sisters of Slaughter getting their value back. Real nice stuff here. 1,100 for each of them right now. This one's pretty healthy still. They'll be able to help anchor that number 2 at the very least. Yeah, Pont needs to pull off of the number 1, rotate around. Just use the Scourge Runners to continually hammer down whatever remains of Levis's army, which is just so beat up now. It's just the single entities, basically. And 1 Coldwell Knight, which is just really not going to cut it. Pont decides to take the fight anyways. Actually paying off pretty nicely, all things considered. I mean, the unit is going to die here. They do enough damage here that I do think the engagement was worth it. I mean, they get up to about 1,000, so they paid for themselves. The Coldwell Knights for Levis, just not doing nearly as well. Maybe if they can kill some Scourge Runner Chariots, they'll be in a better position. And Malice is just not having any success finding fights. He's just running around here, constantly trying to chip away at the Scourge Runner Chariots that are continually kiting him out. He pops the blood price yet again, giving him the giving himself damage resistance, and then goes Zarkan form. Gonna be maybe using the Bloodstorm or the Reaper of Souls, and then Bloodstorm can do pretty well in terms of like clearing stuff out also. Flock of Doom going down. Flock of Doom not super impactful this game. Really nice Doom Bolt that time around from the Doomfire Warlocks, who have come back out, getting on top of the Coldwell Knights. They hit them with the Soul Blight and are actually wearing them out pretty effectively. Which is pretty impressive. They don't have a lot of AP. They're really good at clearing out chaff for the most part and just being, you know, a fast response unit. Typically, though, in the head-up fight against Coldwell Knights, they don't really do that well. But the Fizz-Res was doing a lot of work for them there. And I don't think the Coldwell Knights got the charge off, which is the most important part of that equation. That's really where the Coldwell Knights dominate. Yeah, I believe this is the Reaper of Souls activated here. Healing Zarkan up a little bit. Good Spirit Leech going down on him. Wearing him out pretty badly. How much value? About 1,000 value on the caster. Nothing too crazy. Also not insignificant, though. Look at this. 7 of the Sisters of Slaughter have rallied in here. Actually, helping the Dread Spears beat the Khaina Assassin into the ground, who's not done too well here. These Dread Spears paying for themselves. Pont's efficiency on all of these units is pretty impressive. I mean, especially the Scourge Runner Chariots. All of them have pretty respectable value. 1,300 on the ones that came in at the start. This reinforcing Scourge Runner Chariot's almost out of ammo, but is already up to about 800 value. Chariots are just so good at clearing out infantry. And that really was the meat and potatoes of Levis's army, was like an infantry spam. Like, nice wide chaff line with some cool characters to kind of back it all up. Doombolt comes down, very blobbed up Dread Spears, or Bleak Swords I should say. They also eat a charge from the Doomfire Warlocks, and that Doombolt did respectable enough damage to them that I just put them on the back foot, and they're just getting run over. Blackheart Crusader's going down. Malice still scrapping, but can't flip it by himself. Cannot Assassin dying. Beastcaster's over here also. She's probably going to die eventually. Really, really well played by Pont. Going very elite. And just performing exceptionally well with that build, man. Awesome stuff. You gotta love faction mains. And their dedication to bringing the absolute craziest stuff imaginable. And succeeding spectacularly with it. So what have we got going on for round 4? We got some people sending their replays in. Oh, cool. We're over and done with. Hell yeah. Alright, so we're gonna get into the top 4 now, and we can get the semis and the finals rolling. Oh, I didn't check the points. Everything's okay, right? DeBolt, you know, did get the points. Yeah, okay, everything looks okay. It's usually a pretty good idea to actually like check the brackets and make sure that everything's looking set up. Otherwise, people can end up outside of the top 4 when they deserved it. And Daniken actually is undefeated technically. They should really have 4 points. They didn't get one of the bye round points, so I'll add that in. But they still made it into the top 4 anyways. So, Pizu, Broccoli, Daniken, and who's the last person? Literally just looked at this and I've already forgotten. An Extreme Demigod. Let me make sure that's correct. Yeah, they got 3 wins. Hell yeah. And then lost in the final round to Pizu. Okay. So, for future tournaments, I will be hosting these semi-regularly, because it does look like there's people interested who want to actually participate in these. If you win the tournament, the intermediate tournament, then you can participate in future ones. You just can't play the same faction you already won with. So, theoretically, you can win 24 of these tournaments, and only then will... You know, you have to spread your wings and fly. You know what I'm saying? And who's Demigod playing in the top 4? We've got Broccoli, Extreme Demigod, Pizu, and Danican as our top 4. And we're going to be spectating Demigod and... Oh, Demigod and Broccoli. Okay. Perfect. Sweet. Battle of the Anime PFPs. Cool, cool, cool. We'll add map bans in for the intermediate tournament that I host next. I'm not sure when that'll be. Maybe in a couple days even. I just need to like check what my schedule looks like. Know exactly what I'm up to. It shouldn't be that long, though. And then we'll do a single faction tournament with map bans, and then maybe after that we'll do a 3x3 Matrix Swiss tournament. We can just keep mixing it up. There's so many cool formats nowadays, you know? There's like, you know, pick 6 formats, there's the pick 5s with some bands and whatnot. The community's put a lot of work into figuring out how to spice things up. Especially in the absence of CA having any real interest in like supporting the multiplayer scene. You know, they've done, like, you know, events in the past, but they've never been, like, super enthusiastic about supporting. That's something that I would really like to see, honestly. Like a CA-hosted multiplayer circuit would be pretty cool. I don't know what their appetite for taking on those responsibilities is, but I think it would help them out in the long run, because, you know, the multiplayer community is pretty dedicated and active on a more regular basis than people who just play campaigns. You know, the single player side of this game is fun, but you know, I definitely burned out on it after a couple hundred hours of it, but multiplayer is just, like, endlessly entertaining. I know that Broccoli has played Dark Elves, I think 2 times already, so should be very geared up. for scrapping into this matchup. Don't envision it being too difficult for Slaanesh. Let's actually take a look at the matchup win rate right now. Wow, it is insanely favorable. 7-1's kind of gross, and look at this nonsense, dude. This is why Slaanesh is viewed with contempt by the domination community right now. You know, 500% win rate matchups right now. The Warriors of Chaos are 9-0 against them. Like, Bretonnia and Tzeentch are fluky because it's just one game. But Kislev, Warriors of Chaos, and High Elves, I mean, there's at least some kind of a sample size here. That's really gross. And you've got a bunch of matchups here. The only reason they don't have more games played is because they keep getting banned again. You just don't see this with many factions, just like win rates that are this ridiculous. Nurgle being a bad matchup for Slaanesh is kind of hilarious. I gotta give it up to Nurgle for that. You know, considering they're, you know, bottom 5 in the win rate currently, I think it's pretty impressive. Oh, I don't think Nurgle is this bad. They've just got some very skewed matchups, right? Like, Nurgle can really struggle into Kite, and there's, you know, a lot of Kite factions in the game who can really bully them around. Let me go ahead and ready up. Oh. I'll fix the map. My bad. Come on. What map are we on for the semis here? Dunes. Oh, I love Dunes of Cain. It's cool. It's pretty simple, but it's got a lot of fun play on it. The terrain features are pretty interesting, actually. It's like one of the few desert maps that I really click with, so... Here we go, we're kicking it off. We got Crone Hellebron. Shadow's Sorceress. She's got Melkoth's, and the Darkstar Cloak gives the power recharge, which is nice. We got Dread Knights. No freaking way. 2 Shades. I think these are Greatsword Shades as well. Oh no, these are dual weapon Shades, never mind. You never see them in multiplayer hardly, so... It's easy to get the variants mixed up. And a bunch of Blackguard Corsairs to, like, chew through chaff. Not really bringing a bunch of rampageable targets. And Crone is going to be on the shrine. Because that's the only reason this army would be so small otherwise. She's going to have, like, all of her abilities, too, I think. Which I honestly don't hate. So, like, the thing about Crone Hellebron is that she rampages units and buffs them up. So, like, that's one of the big selling points of Slaanesh is the rampages. So, if your stuff gets rampaged and you just... you know, give them more buffs and rampage them even harder into your opponent, you're kind of nullifying that advantage. So I'm super curious how that works out. Okay, this is going to be absolutely insane. This is not a build that you see very often either. She is certainly not a very meta choice for the Dark Elves. I don't actually know how much damage her Cauldron of Blood does. It's got an actual ranged attack on it. It's really short range, only 55 meters. Fires every 4 seconds. 25 ammo. I mean, I don't even know, man. We're gonna have to find out. So, like, perfectly mirrored right now on both sides. Main forces are each moving up to the number 1. Dark Elves will get it first, because their shades are here. The Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh are going to grab the number 3. The Shades do massively outtrade Marauder Horsemen. They do a ton of damage to them, if they get their volleys off, because they just have tons of AP, man. They fire pretty quickly for a crossbow unit. You can see them maneuvering over. Once they're out of ammo, they'll be very effective against the Chaff Infantry, because they're a lot like Shadow Walkers for the High Elves, and I've actually been playing with the High Elf Shadow Walkers a bunch, and honestly kind of enjoy them. I think they're low-key kind of a good unit. The difference between them and Shades is Shades are way shorter range, have way more AP on their missile in exchange, though. But these guys cannot fire while moving, and they also don't have 360 shooting, which is a little bit of a hindrance. Crone taking a bunch of damage from the javelins. You gotta push away from these things. You don't want her to just get pin-cushioned here. Demigod going to be getting into combat. A really good Melkoths goes down, and the Prince of Perfection take a serious amount of punishment from the Shades, who have honestly been pretty impactful right out the gate here. Harpies coming in. Forsaken chasing down the Shades need to be answered right now. The Cold One Dread Knights need to be over here taking this fight, and more Harpies going down. Harpies are just not good against Furies of any variant. Even the Slaanesh Furies, who are kind of mediocre. Really nice Rod of Torment goes down onto the Black Ark Corsairs, who get pounded. They still take a head-up fight against the Princes of Perfection, and they should be fine-ish. Come on, don't break. Oh, if they break right now, that'll be devastating for the Dark Elves. And they do actually lose their nerve, and they are running. Crone Hellebron trying to run over Sigvald, which is not really worth it. She should get out of this fight and go try and, like, run over these units here. We get a really good cleanup on the Forsaken. Looks like the Harpies and these Dark Riders are enough to handle them. Broccoli does have the value lead, though. God, dude, the Black Ark Corsairs are just not holding up very well. The Furies kind of getting in on them, doing some serious damage. Dark Riders getting annihilated by Hellstriders. And that's going to be the big problem for the Dark Elves. I just don't see them being able to handle the Hellstrider swarm. Dark Riders here doing nicely, and oh wow, dude, are you serious? Crone Hellebron is shattered already? Oh my god, you have to be kidding me. I was really hoping this was going to work out a little bit better, but she just gets absolutely clowned on. The buffs clearly not doing enough for her. She only got one use out of the Gaze of Cain. Fury of Cain, I don't think she procced that at all either. Yeah, Slaanesh just is overwhelming the Dark Elves now. The Shades get shut down. They haven't gotten their value back. Only about 600 apiece. Melkoths is a good spell. It's very good at wearing down opponents' units, but it's just not going to get you... it's just not going to be enough of an X factor to really get you a win, right? You can see her still routing off the field. She's actually giving the physical resistance to the Dark Riders as she's passing, which is kind of hilarious. Very, very memey. The Cursed Blade trying to go off, and she does get killed there by the Javelins. Really nicely played by Broccoli, just hounding her into oblivion, man. How'd Sigvald do? About 800 value, 600 on the Sorcerer. Yikes. Oh, man. The Shades were a cool idea. They got some good volleys off, but you know, bringing out all these Harpies and Dark Riders has just not worked out in the least, man. They're so vulnerable to the magic of Slaanesh and also the mobile elements. Dread Knights were solid. They got 1,000 value at least. Not quite paying for themselves. I really do think that you just want Cold One Knights. They're anti-large. They're pretty heavily armored. They can run over infantry pretty decently. Them getting hit by Pavane is, you know, unfortunate. But they can at least do a little bit on the way in as they're getting rampaged, and maybe then you can use Hellebron's rampages. And Hellebron needed to stay away from Sigvald and the Javelin. She should have been over here supporting the infantry and the Dread Knights. And then maybe you just bunker up on the number 1. There are definitely factions where the winning strategy is to actually bunker up, poke, force them into you, survive their initial onslaught, and then counter push. And Slaanesh definitely fits that billing. You are not going to win wide engagements against Slaanesh. They will swarm you with just uber cost-effective units, man. You do not have a hope in hell of contending with them in the mobile game. Slaanesh is pretty beat up. It's just a shame that Hellebron is dead, because you could conceivably counter-push back against Slaanesh if you had your Lord available, and could just bring out some more cost-effective stuff. Bringing Chaff is just never the answer, it seems. Ouch. Narcissism goes down. Sigvald moving over with that perfect vigor, pumping those legs, man. He's got cardio for days. Look at the horse just has some unicorn horns there. She's gonna beat her down in no time flat. Wears off and she does rout. I don't know if she's gonna rally, although it looks like she might. Fascination, no, Pavane going down. They're going to rampage into the Devoted Marauders, who are shattered. And the Forsaken are going to get in on the flank. Ugh, so unfortunate. And, again, Pavane has pretty good damage output in its own right, which is kind of sad. Takes a lot of health out of the Cold One Knights. Now they're flanked, fighting the Forsaken, who should be able to do some reasonable damage here. Melkoth's going down from the caster who did rally. Shades are still hanging out here. They got 1,000 value. Cold One Knights moving in. Knights going down and only getting about 400 value sucks. Black Ark Corsairs not doing much better. Their leadership is just faltering so badly, man. They've got so much HP and they just can't do it. Another really good Rod of Torment coming down. Takes a couple models out, nothing too severe. Decent amount of HP lost on those guys. It's just going to get worse and worse here, I think. Hellstriders starting to swarm back out. More Forsaken. Some Marauders hanging out on the point. The Shades, they do go down. Another Melkoths. Maybe a double Melkoths Shadow Sorceress is a good call. And then you can... I don't know who you bring. Maybe Crone Hellebron on foot can work. She's got pretty good damage output on foot. She's still got some pretty good buffs and an aura. She's pretty squishy, though. I don't know, man. Slaanesh just bedevils most of the factions in the game, as you can tell. And there's a reason that they're 7-1 against the Dark Elves, obviously. They are just really clowning on the Harpies in the sky. They're killing all the Dark Riders without too many issues. They're running over these Witch Elves. Black Ark Corsairs are just not trading well at all. God, more Dark Riders for the Hellstrider gods. How much damage they do on the charge, man. Part of the problem with the Slaanesh cavalry is just that their models are very small, so they pile into combat way more effectively than any other cavalry units in the game. So they really overperform even against armored stuff. They're just too cost effective. It's the same deal with Centaurs. When CA adjusts the models to be a little bit less over-tuned in terms of them piling into combat, I think we'll see Slaanesh finally get evened out. That's my hope, at least. Pavane going down. big chunking damage onto the Dark Riders, and that's going to be a tap out from Demigod here. Just no freaking hope, dude. Oh my god. Oh, Slaanesh. Oh my god, man. Maybe you just bring tons of infantry against Slaanesh. Playing a mobile game against him just sucks, man. I mean, you can't do anything. Forsaken got good value. Brings the Beguilement were in reserve. The Furies were an absolute nightmare. 1400 on one, 700 and 800 on the other. Hellstriders, pretty solid as always. Very rare that they don't value trade well. Sorceress was the only thing that really worked here, other than this one shade. How much does Crone Hellebron cost, anyways? Let's go take a look. Okay, no. Here we go. Maybe you could do a high Beastmaster. On the Scourge Runner Chariot, decently long range. Does a lot of damage to large targets as well. Has Tormentor's Sword as well, so can actually snare stuff. Keep it locked down as he's like trying to pull out of combat if he does get hit by Pavane. It's really cheap also is another big benefit. And then maybe you do like double Melkoth's caster. I mean, it's an investment, but Melkoth's is really good against Slaanesh because they've also got kind of squishy units in general outside of the warriors. I think Dark Elves can deal with warriors okay. Bring a Medusa in reserve. Medusas have magic damage. They can clear out lightly armored stuff. And reasonably heavy armored infantry as well, in equal measure. They're anti-large fighters. They're fast, but not so fast that they just run out of position and die immediately. If they did get hit by Pavane. Maybe you could do, or maybe you can do a Bloodrack Shrine. Hold the phone here. Supreme Sorceress, Darksteed, Melkoths, cut everything basically. 900 gold, bring Enfeebling Foe, just because. Bloodrack Shrine is your centerpiece with good long-range poke. Can run over infantry, good buffs and debuffs. Corsairs for the front line, some Dread Spears. Maybe Black Art Corsair handbows can work as well. I don't know, man. That's gotta be just one of the most obnoxious matchups in the game. Oh my goodness. Alright, we got Pizu's side of things, so we're ready for the finals match here. And so that went by pretty quickly. So Pizu and Broccoli are going to be the finalists here, it looks like. One sec, I'm just answering a question. Did I send to both people? Yeah, it did. Okay. Just make sure I don't accidentally give any info away. And we're on Hashett's oil fields. And I'll go ahead and ready up. Just for whenever they're prepared, they can jump right into it. I'll be keeping an eye out. I'm going to answer this question from Demigod. Lit. Okay. What's up, Levis? How you doing, man? How's it been? Oh, cool. So, Demigod is pretty new, so very welcome to play in future ones. I'm going to be hosting these as much as possible. I like playing in tournaments, but I really love casting more than anything. It's super entertaining. And, you know, like, opening up the spectrum of the multiplayer scene is kind of the goal anyways. You know, not everybody wants to be in the super-duper high-level tournaments right off the bat. Gets a little discouraging to be losing all the time. Having a little bit of breathing room to practice against people who are a little bit on your own level definitely helps out a lot. Saved us from the top players. They're out there, dude. They're hungry. They're always feasting on people, you know? Like, you can only lose to Oishi so many times before you're just, like, totally out of sync. And really suffering. Yeah, get in here and join more regularly, guys, because, like, what's going to happen here? Y'all playing against one another, getting more opportunities to get practice, and for the people who do win these tournaments, they'll be practicing other factions. It's going to give you a lot more time to really familiarize yourself with the game. So then when you do move on to the other tournaments, you will be a little bit more prepared and geared up to actually maybe beat folks like Oishi. Alright, so we got an Ice Witch with the Tempest Magic. Hell yes, dude. And we've got the Frostworm, lots of Cossars. This is pretty much what Pizu's been using the entire tournament. No Little Grom is like one of the only adjustments for the most part. Oh, he didn't use Little Grom against Norsca. Okay. So just been mixing the build up a bunch then today, which is really awesome. You know, every unit in the game pretty much has like a time and place. It's good to have like a core force that you lean on, which is kind of what the wide Kossar line for Pizu is. Really curious to see if the Kislevites are going to be able to flip this bad matchup on their head, because this is another similarly like foreboding odds kind of situation. Slaanesh has a very, very favorable win rate against Kislev right now. Oh, Swiftwing and Hailstorm. No freaking way, dude. Double Frostworm. Well, I could have sworn we were going to see Blizzard. But in point of fact, we're not. But yeah, that's going to maybe cost Kislev. There's actually some Hellscourge Warriors in here. Slaanesh Hellscourge Warriors are just an absolute nightmare fuel type of unit for a lot of factions. Super tanky when it comes to armor. High leadership with ITP means they're just impossible to break. Their weapon strength is a little mediocre, but they do have charge reflection and expert charge defense on top of the really solid melee defense of 54. Poison as well is nice, and they're a little bit quicker than other armored infantry. They've got the same speed as these Kislevite Kossars, in fact. Which is kind of goofy, if you ask me. But hey, I mean, it's you know, it's high fantasy. What do you expect? There's going to be shenanigans no matter what. We got Pavane, Rod of Torment, super, super similar to what we've been seeing from Broccoli all tournament. We just had the one game where we saw Nakari against the Vampire Counts. Sigvald's just so cost-effective. He's a really good beginner lord to use. He's like almost impossible to get killed. The only reason we saw him get killed in the game against Adam was, you know, it's Archeon versus Sigvald. Archeon is just way better as a duelist. He's got way more AP than Sigvald does. But in this particular game, Sigvald's going to be able to sit on the middle point and grind out a ton of value. And even be able to fight the worms if they get a little too close to him. They've got a lot of armor, but he does just slowly chip away at you. He's got 180 AP. And while 100 armor is really solid, a little bit of that base weapon damage will slip through the cracks. It's only when you get upwards of 100 armor that you're talking about mitigating pretty much all of the base weapon damage that might be incoming towards you. So that's why Khorne is one of the better factions against forces with like big bow lines, because they've all got 110 armor for the most part. Which means they would take like no damage from the Kossar line here. Outside of any AP damage, that is. Armored Kossar scooting forward. Don't really want to shoot this Hellscourge. They don't really want to shoot Hellscourge Warriors because they're just never going to get through the shield and the armor. The Forsaken are actually probably their best target. We'll see, though, how Pizu's going to handle this early engagement. Using the Ice Witch with the Tempest Magic to kind of intercept and break the shields so the pistols can hit a little bit better might not be a bad idea at all. They're going to poke away into the front line. You can see how little damage the Hellscourge Warriors are taking. I mean, you can use like half the ammo on this Kossar, and these guys will still have only taken probably like 2,000 or 3,000 damage. It's a slow-going effort trying to poke through heavy armor and silver shields, man. Kislev's playing very disciplined, though. Pizu's being very cautious, pulling the Wolfhearts back a little bit, looking to maybe engage the Fiends. Broccoli getting a little antsy here. These Devoted Marauders are very overextended. And yeah, the Wolfhearts opening up. They are visible now. And they get a beautiful pack trap. So the Fiends are going to take some nasty damage here. These guys reload fairly quick. They should be able to get one more volley off before the collapse comes in. But Hellstriders get on top of them. Fiends take a bunch of damage, but they do continue to push through. That Hailstorm doing some serious damage to the Marauders, but you know, it can only do so much. Akshinas get pummeled pretty badly. Fiends pulling out now, getting away from the Frostworms. What's going on back here? Oh, Pavane going down on this Kossar unit, and Hellstriders do get into the back line and get on top of them. Griffin Legion countercharging, though, will be able to crush these guys. Pretty good trade for Kislev. Being very slow moving up the infantry. Oh, man. This is one of the risks of getting aggressive with your mobility first. Is you may get a little too antsy trying to micro around the mobile units, and then you don't engage in the front line. And your infantry are just not providing you value, and then they come in a little bit too slow and leave the rest of your forces a little bit unsupported. Hellstriders continuing to hound down the Griffin Legion. Griffin Legion have very much overextended now, though. And they're just in the middle of Hellstriders and the Chaos Warrior Hellscourges. Just ripping into them, dude. I mean, they're not having a great time back here. They're poisoned, so they're not really going to be able to escape. They'll grind out a little bit of value, but definitely going down a little bit too hard for my liking right now. Kossovite Dervishes come in, looking to screen out those Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. Where are the Frostworms? Okay, Frostworms kind of running over the Forsaken. What targets could they be going after right now? They're actually not really in that rough of a spot. Kislev's looking pretty fine right now. I mean, they've got a little bit of a value lead. Slaanesh is grinding down some of their heavy cav, which is not great. But there's some armored Kossars holding back the warriors. They're dropping a big hailstorm right now onto these Hellscourge warriors. Pretty big damage, dude. It's a long-lasting spell. It's pretty similar to Searing Doom. It's got a little bit more of a limited AoE in terms of the strike area, so the damage is a little more concentrated. That does also tend to mean that you can move out of the AoE pretty easily. Griffin Legion get a great charge off on the warriors. They're not going to finish them, but they do help chip away at them. Breaking down these Hellscourge warriors is like one of the few big issues that Kislev's kind of running into, and it is allowing the Forsaken to just run rampant through the midfield here. Dervish is helping control the flanks, though, pretty nicely. Hellstriders pulling back. Not a lot of value on them, and they have taken some pretty decent damage. And the Marauder Horsemen have also been pushed back as well. Prince of Perfection getting hammered by the Hailstorm alongside the Chaos Warriors. Pretty good value out of the Tempest Witch, honestly. And I think these Chaos Warriors might be going down. The Griffin Legion could pull back and get a good cycle charge and finish those guys off. Forsaken have been way more impactful, actually. Very rare that you see the Slaanesh Hellscourge warriors honestly doing as poorly as they are. They really haven't been able to get a whole lot done. They're grinding into the Armored Kossars right now. Armored Kossars need to be real careful about getting rear charged. They're a pretty durable unit when it comes to their stats, but their leadership is actually pretty mediocre at 65. The Buyer Blood is pretty important. It is still available, so if they get rear charge, they would hold on for a little while. Not loving it, though. Griffin Legion are just not finishing off the Hellscourge warriors right now. Now that the Forsaken are gone, they might be able to do it. But they do probably want to just get out of here. Armored Kossars moving over to occupy. More Kossovite Dervishes, some rallying Kislevite warriors. Hellstriders being a nuisance, though, man. They've really run over the flanks again. Helped clean up a lot of the Kossovite Dervishes. Furies on their way in. Lots of warriors crawling up the field for Kislev. Good charge with the Griffin Legion. God, it's just taking so much to break these guys down. Okay, they may not have gotten a lot of value, but boy oh boy are they being an obnoxious roadblock right now. Frostworms are doing some pretty decent damage out on the flanks, though, to the Hellstriders. And they finally get on top of this Chaos Sorcerer, who does get frostbitten, exhausted, having a hard time escaping. Pavane goes down, but it's not going to be enough to save this guy.
has been
The Frostworm should be able to kill him, and how's Sigvald doing? He's only gotten about 600 value. Not nearly enough for what Slaanesh has been trying to pull off this game. A lot of chaff out on the field. The Griffin Legion are going down right now to the Furies and the Forsaken and the Hellscourge Warriors. And Kislev is struggling on the points. They don't have the number 2. They almost cap it. Are they going to get it? Probably not going to be enough. There are quite a few forces rallying in here for Slaanesh. It's really just the single entities and a handful of Kislevite warriors remaining for our very beleaguered Slavs here, man. I'm worried. I'm real stressed for them. Like, this is a scenario where having the value lead doesn't really mean a whole lot. If you're behind on points and, you know, you've got big SCs that don't have a lot of support, like, what are you really going to be able to get done? Winged Lancers coming in, going to be looking to charge down a bunch of this tattered infantry. Good Hailstorm. Going to help break down the Furies. Hellstriders also running into the AoE. Pretty good damage. Kossovite Dervishes kind of got their value back. Not much more than that, though. The Ice Witch is fighting against the Hellscourge Warriors here, but Sigvald in the mix. He's going to really chip down this character. He's got perfect vigor. So his melee attack is still at 70, and she's very tired at this point. She's not going to be hitting him at all. And her melee defense being this bad just means that she's going to get hit every single time that Sigvald swings at her. You can see he's just slowly taking about like 200-300 HP off of each hit. Hellstriders get in here. Frostworm holding the line right next to her. A Patriarch would be really nice. Here he is. He's got the Solyax. He needs to get up here and pop one of those heals right now, or it might be a game, set, and match for Kislev, because they can't afford to lose this Frostworm character. They absolutely cannot. Winged Lancers moving across. Great Hailstorm. Absolutely brutal damage against those Hellstriders. They got 1600 value, though. Winged Lancers looking to push through. They've only got about 200 value, man. It's the durability of the Warriors that has been the big difference maker for Slaanesh. You know, typically Kislev is known for their infantry being super cost efficient and just never breaking, but right here, it's definitely Slaanesh getting the edge in that regard. And the Warriors took forever to get their value back, but they have paid for themselves. And Forsaken with 1400 value right now. This one over here got 1000, and these Devoted Marauders just hanging out on the number 1. Nothing to really pressure them, and yeah, the Hellstriders find the Ice Witch in the back here. She's routing. Even getting her the Solyax isn't going to be able to do much for her, and it actually already got used, so maybe the Patriarch came in a little too late, and the cavalry for the poor Kislevites has just not been it, dude. They haven't gotten enough done. Typically, the Griffin Legion are an absolutely nightmarish unit to be matching into. But when they're constantly taking frontal charges into the reflection that the Warriors have, and then getting countercharged by Hellstriders, doesn't matter how elite you are, man. You're just gonna slowly get pulled into the ground. Kossovite Dervishes coming in to get their own countercharge in return, though. Hellstriders getting folded up a little bit by the mobility here. Kislev needs to pull back, and they need to get up on the number 2 and charge a lot of the forces here down. Kislevite Warriors anchoring pretty nicely. Slaanesh does hold the point, though. Sigvald has found the unfortunate Patriarch. He's finally paid for himself. It's taken him a long time, dude, but just being stalwart and dependable in these late game scenarios, this has always been where Sigvald has shined. Even in like the land battles and conquest days, really just the Warhammer 2 days, when Sigvald was, you know, pretty meta. He was never really there to like carry in the early game. It was for late game situations where his perfect vigor and his absolutely rock solid leadership meant that he would just hard carry you if your opponent was too gassed to actually kill him. That's kind of what's going on here. I mean, Broccoli was down for most of this game, but has been slowly dragging it back thanks to the mobility advantage that, like I said, Slaanesh has always got it, dude. Griffin Legion are doing a pretty good job of hounding down the Hellstriders this time around, but the Kislevites Warriors have just been a huge liability. I mean, their light armor is just not working. And they're just not really able to do any damage to the Hellscourge Warriors, because their melee attack is so awful. 18 melee attack is just not it, Chief. I don't know what does Kislev do here, dude? Oh, I love the Frostworms. They were great. Patriarch needs to come out sooner with the heal to keep him topped up, though, I think. Continuing to rampage through the Hellstriders. Look how much damage they do to these guys. And the Kislevites Warriors chipping in some decent value themselves, with the Kislevites Dervishes helping anchor. Just too far behind on the points, though. Number 3 objective will flip to Slaanesh here in a moment. And that is going to be a tap out from Pizu. Really valiant effort, though. What can I say, dude? That's pretty privilege in action. Slaanesh all day with it. The Fiends were killed pretty easily. They really didn't do a whole lot. The Hellstriders were oppressive. TBH. Just always doing steady, consistent damage. They come back in with Soul Hunters activated as well. They're even harder to kill the second time around. But it was really the Armored Warriors and the Forsaken that were the biggest issue for Kislev. If they had had Blizzard on the Tempest, which I think that game flips around a little bit at the very least, because Blizzard is insane with how much damage it does. It will 100% one-shot a Hellscourge Warrior. And if they hadn't have been such a heavy roadblock there in the mid-game, I don't think the Hellstriders are going to have as many good fights. Because Hellstriders can't win head-up charge fights against much of anything, especially armored cavalry, like the Winged Lancers and the Griffin Legion. The Dervishes were solid. All these Kislevites Warriors, man, it's a lot of AP halberds. I mean, I guess they paid for themselves. You just don't have the armored infantry clear. Bring Blizzard. I'm telling you, dude. Blizzard makes all the difference in the world for Kislev. So many matchups, they benefit from having it. Let me show it off, too, because, really all you want to do... Kislev, because here they are. Got your Ice Switch. Put Blizzard on your caster. You bring Arcane Conduit. You can bring Guardian Call, I guess. Iron Ice Armor might not be bad either. I mean, it does add to the cost. Maybe you cut all this stuff. What did Pizu have, by the way? Let me go to the autosave. See, we had Guardian Call, we had Hailstorm and Swiftwing. Okay. $2,100. You got the super punishing magic. Absolutely annihilates armored infantry. Overcast variant is the better version, because it's not even double the Winds of Magic cost for double the damage. This is the version that will one-shot infantry. And when I say one-shot, I genuinely do mean literally from 100 to 0. Even against Dowie, it does that much damage, which is kind of crazy, because dwarves have the spell resistance. It just doesn't matter. Then you can still do your double Frostworm, which did work really well. And you just bring your Patriarch in earlier. make sure to keep these guys topped up throughout the game, and when you clear out the armored infantry, that's when your mobility is going to be able to perform a lot better, I think. Because just relying on like a million Kislevite warriors might work for Hellstrider or Fiend and maybe even Seeker spam, but with the warriors out on the field, they're just going to get killed by them without really contributing a whole lot. Like, they may get their value back, but their uptrade potential is really limited by those units being out there on the field. Ice Guard could be kind of cool. If you can keep them alive, though, that is. It'd be nice if they had more spell resistance. They got ITP. They've got, like, glaives, and swords are also pretty useful on them. I don't think they'd work against Slaanesh, though. This really just came down to, like, some of the broader issues that I have with Slaanesh in general. How many Hellstriders? I assume double worm. It kind of worked. I mean, I guess. But you can use Blizzard on pretty much anything. The hailstorms were nice when stuff was like proper blobbed on your Ice Witch. It's just, I don't know, man. It's really just Slaanesh more than anything. I'm not trying to be, like, critical Pizu, but I think the warriors you just have to have an answer for, magic-wise. Griffin Legion just don't cut it. And your bows will just never ever kill a Hellscourge warrior. Alright, we got some other, we got some replays from the tournament, so I think we're just gonna get into these. And we'll finish casting all of them, and then we'll get into, I'll probably go, and then I'll think about when I'm gonna host my next, intermediate tournament. So Pont coming in here versus Drugash. We're going to see what Durthu is able to do against the Dark Elves. Now, Durthu might be a little risky because he is very vulnerable to AP. Dark Elves have a ton of AP answers to a big character like him. But they don't have... I mean, Dark Shards are great, but they're pretty immobile, and Wood Elves do a pretty good job of, like, rushing down missile lines like this for the most part. But there are a bunch of Cold One Knights here. There's a lot of Dark Riders on the field already. There's plenty of protection for these guys. This is either going to be a really quick game that Pont just absolutely dominates, or Drugash finds a way to keep Durthu alive and is able to, like, overwhelm the flanks with the Wild Hunters, the Glade Riders, and the Hagbane Tips right here. More Hagbane Tip Riders coming out. They really don't want to get anywhere near this Scourge Runner Chariot fire, though. Scourgies do a ton of damage to Skirmish Cav. Miss most of their shots here. Very fortunate for these guys. They're going to be peeling out. They do lose one unfortunate soul here who got hit right in the face, I would guess. Taking the lumps pretty hard. There we go. Just congratulating in the Discord. Poking away a little bit, lots of silver shields, not going to be doing a whole lot of damage early, but they will get a little bit of damage through just because the Dread Spear's very lightly armored. Very patient play on the other side here with the Wild Hunters and the Glade Riders. And we do get some Starfire Shafts moving up. They can shoot the Cold One Knights, they can also shoot at the Scourge Runners a little bit. They do outrange them a fair amount, they got 170 to 150. They'll get the benefit of more accurate fire at the very least. Durthu does not want to sit here and just get pincushion. We need to see a focus fire from Drugash to really start to chip him down, but he's already taken some pretty substantial damage. He is insanely expensive. Or sorry, Pont needs to be focus firing Drugash's Lord here. But doing a pretty good job early on. We do get sort of Daith onto the cavalry in the back line. They are kind of overlapping one another and spreading this malaise about. They take a lot of damage here. You know, pretty decent value from that one use of it. I just don't know what... Oh man, Durthu just needed to stay back, honestly. And get the Eternal Guard up into the front line so that they can grind. And then going for a good push through to try and get on top of those missiles. A lot of Eternal Guard are kind of bunched up in here also. Kind of like bring one of them out and leave the other engaged. And then bring Durthu over here to assist. And you do get a good collapse back here. Dark Shard's getting pushed back. Dryad's getting hammered by the Dark Riders, though. You do get some pretty decent magic coming down here onto these guys. It looks like some kind of hex going down. Oh, the Curse of Honor here being used against the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. Seriously debuffing these guys. They're pretty stat-reliant for survivability. Losing all of the melee defense and melee attack that they've got does leave them pretty vulnerable with all the light armor. But they're pulling out of combat. The Cold One Knights didn't really get a great charge off. They're pretty beat up. Not really going to be able to rally. Dread Spears on the run. Lots of breaks for the Druchii here. They are saving some of the Dark Shards, but they're really beat up right now. These guys have at least 52 models left. The other Dark Shard over here got 62. Scourge Runner Chariots have all their models left, but they're also pretty low on HP, at least one of them is. They are moving back to help clean up these Eternal Guard. Don't really need to. Black Arcs did a pretty good job of hammering them down, and one very healthy Dark Shard. So Pont actually looking pretty well off here. Drugash's Hagbane tips continuing to poke away. How much value do they have? Not a whole lot. They're pretty expensive as far as skirmish cav go. They cost 700 gold. You can do some pretty decent damage to the Dark Riders, who probably are going to be getting up in here. They get a Wissen's Wild form, and they are going to take the head-up fight against the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. On the charge, if the Wild Hunters of Kurnus don't get the charge off, the Dark Riders might be able to chip them down. A little bit of a limp-wristed charge, unfortunately. Still going to do a little bit of damage, though, to maybe bring those guys down to size. Cold One Knights fighting Eternal Guard, you know, not great, but you got to stuff these guys up a little bit at least. It looks like Durthu has just been fully annihilated here by the focus fire from the repeater crossbows. The Dark Shards got in there, did some pretty decent damage to him as well. Paying for themselves pretty nicely so far. Corsairs can fold into the back there. We do have the Glade Guard pushed forward. They've gotten pretty decent value themselves. 650 gold. They've got 1100 value right now. Dark Riders with the Wild Hunters of Kurnus looking to chase down a lot of the remaining mobility for the Dark Elves. Doomfire Warlocks coming out, and they do drop their Soul Blight. I was wondering what the hell that was. Curse of Honor here also hammering these guys. Wow, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnus get folded up on the charge by the Doomfire Warlocks here. These guys will get absolutely hammered by the Hagbane tips, though. Magic damage missiles with poison. There's no way the Doomfire Warlocks are going to be able to catch the Glade Riders as long as Drugash just stays a little bit active with these guys and gets them pulling back some. They'll be able to easily hammer down the Warlocks. More Dark Riders moving in. Black Ark Corsairs, Dark Rider repeater crossbows hanging in. The Dark Shards, you know, a few of them are online. This one back here, respectable value. Should be able to come back in and help poke down some of the Firebark Elders, as well as these Dryads, who are a little tricky for the Dark Elves to handle in melee combat. Black Ark Corsairs can trade reasonably well into them. But, you know, Dryads do have pretty decent melee attack in their own right. They've also got physical resistance, and their armor value is 60, which, you know, isn't amazing, but with the physical resistance in conjunction, does tend to mean that they can spend a long time grinding against armored infantry, where you wouldn't really expect them to do all that well. They actually can be a reasonably good tanky piece for you. Firebark Elders getting shot to bits right now. Just splinters of bark flying everywhere as these guys get hammered. Glade Riders holding back. And the Wood Elves just have a huge mobility advantage. They're keeping the Dark Elves back pretty nicely. They've got a reasonable amount of infantry. They're not behind that much. And the Wood Elves are really quick. Factions with lots of, like, Vanguard deployment, DPS infantry, as well as reasonably good skirmishers and cost-effective mobile cav, tend to be the strongest factions. This is the reason why Wood Elves, out of all of the elf factions, have the best win rate right now. Is they have pretty much all of the prerequisites to succeed in domination mode. They do lack a little bit of versatility in the magic department, but the magic that they do have is good enough that it doesn't really hamper them too badly in a majority of matchups. You can see here, they're really pressing with the Glade Riders. There's not enough missiles here to really punish them. Dark Shards look to be turning their missiles around, looking to fire in here, get a couple volleys off, should be able to drag a couple of these guys down, but they do pull out a range pretty easily. Lots of Dread Spears moving up, some Bleak Swords as well. And the Black Ark Corsairs looking for a fight, decent value on them already. Taking this fight in the middle will be a little hazardous for them. We will probably see a cap onto the number 1 here. Doomfire Warlocks, halfway there to getting their value. They've got 1 Doombolt and 1 Soul Blight apiece. The Cold One Knight's moving in, but they get hammered by that last volley from the Glade Riders here. There's some Deepwood Scouts also poking away at them. Not a lot of models on these guys, but chipping away at them. And the Starfire Shafts are the ones actually doing the balance of the damage here, I would guess.
Enemy charge!
Getting out of range, staying alive. Dark Riders on the point get massacred by that volley from the Starfire Shafts. The Glade Riders might just press home the attack here, just to keep the Dark Elves back. Wood Elves are doing a very good job of stuffing. They're just throwing units up on the edge of the objectives to keep the Dark Elves from really swarming up onto the points right now. You know, they're still down in value, but it doesn't really matter if you're able to slow up your opponent's momentum on the objectives so much that they just aren't going to be able to take them before the game is over, which I think is going to be what happens here, man. Coldwood Knights also just get... They get mangled, dude. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus are such a good elite cavalry unit. Super fast, really well statted. Physical resistance helps them in a lot of scenarios. They've got a silver shield, which is pretty great for cavalry units. Good for anything, but especially for cav, who usually only have a bronze shield. It helps mitigate the problems with their light armor. Charging into Dread Spears, not really what they want to be doing, but they're hanging on to the point for a little bit longer. They can just, like, rotate up to the high ground, maybe. Or actually, they should just fully commit here, because Dark Elves do break through onto the number 2 now. They just need to hold this bottom point for another, like, 8 seconds. Not even that long. I don't think the Dark Elves are going to flip this for the game ends. Brutal, dude.
There is only defeat.
Big sad. No overtime, unfortunately. Overtime would be kind of a cool mechanic, like if you get the cap weight up on points to have the advantage and you're like filling the bar, stalling your opponent out at 14.99 unless they actually hold onto an objective would be interesting. That'd be really hard to program though, probably. I don't think it'd be worth it at all. I have no idea how to gauge the effectiveness of the Beast magic. I liked the Curse of Honor here, and, you know, Pan's Impenetrable Pelt and the Wisson's Wild Form. They can be situationally useful, but I don't think it was putting in enough work where just bringing Flock of Doom or some damage spells would probably have helped ease the difficulties you were having in the mid to late game. You're just continually getting stuff back, man. It was really well played, though. I mean, Pont did a great job of scrapping against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are just one of those factions where they've got everything they could possibly ever want into pretty much any faction. They've got some bad matchups for the most part, though. Any ranged army that they are running into, they're going to have a pretty good time against, just because they've got really strong mobility. They've got their own really good long-range options. They've got a good spread of availability of AP as well as poison and magic damage. Sometimes all of that in combination. The Starfire Shafts have magic damage and AP, and the Hagbane Tips have magic damage and poison. Not super important against the Dark Elves, but, you know, the magic helps, magic damage helps against Doomfire Warlocks. AP, obviously, very good against Cold One Knights. And, you know, Hagbane Tips, being able to poison and poke for as long as they do, typically just get massive value. And here they were pretty efficient. They didn't get to charge, they didn't get many rear charge opportunities. So they can get a lot of melee value, but sometimes you don't really need that. Dark Elves into the Vampire Coast. Or you can play in the new player tournaments. I'm not going to tell you you can't. Just check in with the RTK folks. I would just ask. I don't think they're going to have a problem with it. When you win a new player tournament, you can't really participate in it anymore, you know? Like, they really are intended for, like, the newest of new players. Moving forward in the future, though, I mean, just play any other faction than Slaanesh, and you're good to go for the future intermediate tournaments. Morathi flying up in the sky. I've been pretty impressed by her performance lately. I didn't realize that she was quite as scary as she is, honestly. How she plays in the Vampire Coast, I'm not 100% sure, and I'm a little afraid for her life here. Handgun mobs are just really punishing for flyers. If you fumble the bag and get too close to them early, and they get a couple solid volleys off, they will just wreck your HP pool. And Morathi is pretty squishy. She's only got 4,500. She does get a really good Wand of Corydon cast onto Silastra there. Big damage on her. Being mitigated by the Invocation of Nehek, but, you know, I mean, it's an investment to bring two casters and to be using the spells pretty interchangeably. Preferably, you want to use that on the Necrofex Colossus. And leave Silastra to use Tide Call and then Fog the Dam situationally. Oh my god, no, don't let it happen. Yeah, Morathi gets a little too close for comfort. Pretty big shots coming in from the gunners here. Shade Wraith Gunners, pretty inaccurate against small SEs. They're really better against infantry. And maybe, like, larger single entity targets. Morathi's a little too small and flighty for them. Turning their attention over to the Black Ark Corsairs, who got hammered down by the pistol mobs, dude. Big damage from these guys, actually. They're getting massacred on the way out as well. Demigod faltering pretty badly here right now. Necrofex Colossus also doing some pretty decent damage to them. So very firm hold on the #1 objective. Dark Elves not capping this back point. When there's nothing over there to threaten them is pretty unfortunate. Harpies diving really aggressively here. I just don't love Harpies, man. I'm always kind of sad watching them just fumble the bag, but they do find the Shade Wraith Gunners here, and they actually are killing them pretty effectively, so... One Harpy finding a good home. Killing a very expensive unit, too. That is insane. You would think that the physical resistance would be enough to keep these guys alive a little longer, but... Nah, they're just actually that squishy and terrible in melee combat, so the Harpies crumble them out. Should be able to get back up in the air. It's kind of crazy that it's only showing 500 value on them. They definitely... Killing the Shade Wraith Gunners, it's a... what? 1,200 gold unit, I think? So the fact that the Harpies killed them, not seeing the benefits of it in the value bar here. Blackguard Corsairs grinding through the deckhand mobs, that is just absolutely no problem for them. And the Medusa on the high ground is a little obstructed. Doesn't want to shoot through her allies. Positioning out here on the flank and then firing down at... Honestly, the handgunners would be maybe better for her. Or she can just get up on the flank and fire down the side of the formation. Although she does turn around. Here are some deckhand mobs for her to shoot at. Witch Elves move in. They'll massacre the undead infantry here. Dark Shards hanging in. Some of them have been pounded pretty badly. But not so badly. They're totally inoperable. And Celastra's still soaking up heals. I saw her get hit by another one of Koraidon. Had a big collapse back here onto the gun line. And the Morghuls, as good as they are, they're not going to trade very well into the Cold One Knights. There is a little Fury support here to help against the Scurvy Dogs. And Morathi just debuffs so well. I mean, she's got -10 to melee attack. And then debuffs melee defense by another 5, so... Really keeping the Morghuls in check. While the Dark Elves are able to grind through the back here. Necrofex Colossus still chipping away. Pretty good value on it up to this point. The problem is that its ammunition is so limited, man. You really need restock for it, or they just need to give it more ammo. It's okay in melee combat. When it's all said and done, it can at least maneuver around and be like an anchor for objectives. Really not all that impressive. Cold One Knights do go down here. Oh, they did terror out, but then they didn't actually break on the leadership. But now their leadership is broken. They did kill the Night Terrors and help kill a gun unit, though, so more than worth the dive attempt back here. And Demigod's kind of starting to take over the game in terms of value, and Morathi has 2,400 value. She's so crazy, dude. This is what I'm talking about, man. Super underrated Lord option, seemingly. And Blooddrag Medusa is still chipping. About 800 value. The Dame Knights Errant do eventually get summoned out. They're on their way out. Last few seconds here. They got about 700 value, which is massive, dude. They get a big rear charge into the Witch Elves. Before all is said and done, they end up with, 789 value. Pretty impressive stuff. Morathi drops a gigantic Soul Stealer, hitting the Fleet Admiral and Silastra. Silastra is definitely going to die here. Fleet Admiral probably going to be following not far behind. 3,000 value on her. Scourgerunner Chariots looking to run over the remainder of the infantry here. The gunnery mobs, they've been a little too passive out here on the side flank. Debulch really needed them to be hammering away against some of the units on the high ground here. It's kind of hard to position them on this map, though, to be totally fair. And I've really liked the Necrofex, but it's almost out of ammo and it still hasn't paid for itself. Just not efficient enough. Maybe bring like a Gunnery Wight and give it some ammo, it could do something. And then you just bring a Fleet Admiral with the Invos. Keep it all healthy. Maybe that works. Not totally sure, though, what you do in this matchup. Because your opponent can also, as the Dark Elves, they don't have to bring, like, you know, Morathi and Shadows magic. Arguably a little inefficient magic choice here. It's been used very well, though. Burning Head is really, like, the best spell you can bring against the Vampire Coast, because they have absolutely nothing they can do to stop you from just, like, annihilating their backline with Burning Head. Their units are way too slow to dodge. They go very wide oftentimes, and then you just get one Burning Head that'll hit like 3 or 4 units. And even if they're really cheap, just the sheer amount of damage that Burning Head will do in those kind of scenarios will rack the value up for you. But I've loved seeing Morathi here. And I am curious to hear what Pizu has to say about her, because you're like you're the faction main here. I'd love to hear what your take on Morathi is, because I haven't seen her until recently, but every time I see her, she's just like racking it up, dude. The game I played against her, where I was on the High Elves, she got like 4,000 value. I saw her get 4,000 value in a new player tournament the other day. She's got close to that here. She's actually going to be landing in against the Shade Wraith Gunners. She popped a Melkoths on them and took most of their HP out, which is kind of wild. She's probably going to crumble them down, too. And the Lord being dead, I've mentioned it before. Vampire Coast is one of the few undead factions that really hates crumbling. Because they don't have really any sources of passive healing on the roster. They've really just got the invos to keep stuff alive. So once they start crumbling, it's basically never going to stop. And it does rack up pretty quickly over time when you don't have anything to mitigate it. Dark Riders being pushed back. Fellbats, you know, they've gotten some kind of value. The Necrofex Colossus whiffing on the Bloodrag Medusa here. Does the Bloodrag Medusa really do any damage to the Necrofex? At least at range. I mean, in melee combat it would win, but I don't know about at long distance. Nice dodge there. I don't know if that was 100% intentional, but I'm gonna believe it was. Seemed like it. And the Medusa's paid for itself, you know, got a ton of ammo left. These things have pretty obscene amount of ammunition for how effective their shooting is. Really wearing out a lot of the chaff. And helping keep the battlefield situation under control for the Dark Elves. They're a little thin on the ground. There's a big wave of zombies coming in. But by the time they get up to the objectives, the Dark Elves units will, you know, be covering the ground. They're just way quicker. Witch Elves have 44 speed. Black Ark Corsairs, I believe, have 36. Oh, they have 40. Wow. Really fast. They don't want to fight on top of the Necrofex. They should just get on the #1. Grind down these pistol mobs. We got some Witch Elves coming in to stuff back the undead here. They have used Witch's Brew. I don't know where they used it, but, you know, it doesn't matter that much for them right now. They'll be able to clear out the deckhand mobs pretty easily. Gunnery mobs as well. They're getting worn out a little bit here. Probably just because their melee defense is so low. Shade's pulling back, looking to fire in. Wearing down the pistol mob back here pretty nicely. More Harpies coming out onto the field. And Morathi, she did kill the Shade Wraith Gunners. She got tar pitted for ages by these Fellbats. Just keeping her in melee combat, though. She did eventually wear them out. More Melkoth's magic being used here. As good a target as any, I guess. These guys are crumbling, so I don't think they're going to be alive much longer. You'll probably go down just on the back of that. Yeah, and Witch Elves get up here. By the time they are able to get up on the point, like I said, numbers and superior speed win the day. And these Witch Elves do have Witch Brew active. For another 12 seconds, they're going to be an absolutely nightmarish unit for, you know, undead zombies to deal with. Corsairs coming in. Huge kill totals. Didn't get their value back, of course. Figures, right? Harpies and the Corsairs stuffing back here. Didn't quite cap the point, but they kite back now. Gonna cap it up. Then they'll move back in. DeBoltz just isn't able to concentrate anywhere. That's the problem with the coast in the late game. You think you've got a good opportunity to get on a point, and by the time you get there, your opponent's got a ton of answers. So then you're like, oh, I need to go somewhere else, so you bring a bunch more stuff out. By the time you get up here, your opponent's got more answers. Scurvy Dogs are actually going to be able to take the point here, finally. You kind of need to have Scurvy Dogs in your army. They're respectable dog units. Like, the undead dogs are better than all of the other forms, because at the very least they don't rout immediately when they get into combat. And they're pretty good cap weight. You kind of have to utilize them for that role. Because they're fast, so they can actually get up there and cap it quickly and force a response out. Because if you just do this with, like, zombies and animated hulks, you didn't get here to stop the cap. Your opponent's gonna, like, bottle you up here for ages. You're going to bring some answers in to try and clear. They're going to bring up their own answers and get rid of them. The Harpies, yeah, they're moving over to try and get after these Bomber Bats. And Morathi with 4,500 value, killing a Necrofex Colossus. 2,400 on this thing. Maybe you don't need the extra ammo. I got the shoot all game. I don't know how often that'll happen. Man. Love her design, dude. She's so cool. We love our Dom moms here. Bomber Bats just go down. They're so squishy. Any flyer immediately counters them. You know, I don't love the Harpies conceptually as a unit. They just don't really do a whole lot, but they've been used very well by Demigod here. And they do have some applications in a few matchups, and this might be one of them. Their performance here has been much better in the is much better than the in the semifinals, where we saw them just get absolutely run over by Slaanesh. Scurvy Dogs going down. Witch Elves will cap this point up, no problem. Really nicely done by Demigod. Killed Celestia without too many issues. She's just got no value. Her summon was the only thing that worked on her. She didn't get to use Tide Call a whole bunch. She was getting healed a lot by the Fleet Admiral. So the magic was pretty lacking for the Vampire Coast this game. Not through any kind of huge, like, unforced error, but just by the nature of the build that they brought and the answers that Demigod had available. Scourge Runners were fine. Dark Riders were fine. Cold Ones were fine. Harpies were decent. Witch Elves, pretty acceptable. Man, dude. I mean, Morathi hard carried the value on that one. And the Bloodwrack Medusa cleared out a lot of chaff, too. There's a lot of crumbling, also. It's very hard to gauge units like genuine value against the Undead, because if you get really good fights against them, the Undead units will just disintegrate, and that is not reflected in the damage dealt, so... You gotta take it with a grain of salt. Exactly what's going on in matchups like that. Wait, is this... No, oh, they played earlier in the tournament. Really? Interesting. Alright, well, I'm curious to see how this one plays out. We got Sigval. We got, like, the... Not quite the same build that Broccoli brought in the semis. It is pretty different. Not so marked, though. We do have a Bloodwrack Medusa in this build. Whereas I believe in the semis, it was a... Yeah, it was a Dread Knight. Interesting. Oh, and Crone is up on the Manticore in the sky. Heroic Killing Blow, Witch Brew, Gaze of Cain. Does have the Cursed Blade also. Is she gonna try and kill the Caster or Sigvald? She is an anti-infantry character. She's got a really good anti-infantry bonus as well. Her melee defense is the weak point. But if she can, like, fly in and fire and forget with all of her abilities and actually kill Sigvald, that could be a big leg up early on for the Dark Elves. It'll even out the leadership game, at the very least. Blackheart Corsairs getting forward. Medusa looking to start clearing out. Yeah, it looks like the Chaos Warriors are pretty good targeting. The hill here going to block some of the shots. She does get a little damage in here anyways, though. 600 HP off of those guys. Piercing missiles are the real selling point of it. Oh, and Pavane going down really nicely used, man. Great Rampage, and the Devoted Marauder's going to get in here. No Hellstriders to really punish it, though. The Horsemen are a little cloistered up in here. Pulling them back and just peppering the Medusa will be really nice, but Pavane has worn off already. Maybe it can get out of here. It's pretty trapped up in all this infantry, though. Oh, we get the Gaze of Cain going down. Yeah. Big buffs to all of the units in here for the Dark Elves. Druchii, Blackheart Corsairs are getting into combat now. They should be able to chew through the Devoted Marauders without too much issue, but the Hellscourge Warriors are going to be another deal entirely. Bloodrack Medusa is in a 2v1 against single entities. Also has the Hellscourge Warriors around them. Oh, and a Fate of Buna going down on the Chaos Warriors. Hellscourges right now. Pretty good targeting opportunity. Shades with the dual weapons kind of trickling up into the front line. What are they firing at? I think they were trying to shoot at the cavalry. Furies coming in to land on top of them. Witch Elves coming to answer that. Should be able to help clear out, but the Shades are just taking disgusting damage here. Oh my god. Big ouch. But Crone does find the Caster. She's doing pretty decent damage to this guy. Oof, he is on his last legs right now. He's not going to get a lot of healing from Soul Feeder either, since all he has is the really expensive Rampage. Good rear charge with the Furies, getting on top of the Corsairs, but not before they clear a lot of the Marauders. And now we get some good counterfire with the Shades, just laying waste to these poor horsemen. It would have been really nice if this other one hadn't have gotten jumped and wrecked so badly. Witch Elves grinding out on the flank, more Blackheart Corsairs. Their leadership is so close to breaking. They broke with half their HP in the bank, too. Oh my god, man. Oh, these are Dark Riders. The Blackheart Corsairs are next to them. Still, though, that's really rough. Hellscourge Marauders and some regular Devoted Marauders looking to clean up the Elves here. The Witchies already used their brew as well. On this fight against the Hellscourge Warriors, I don't see going very well at all. But they do get Gaze of Cain. That might help them with the damage. This Hellscourge Warrior gets absolutely canned. And this shit got about 700 value. They've got respectable enough melee stats, they might be able to finish off this Hellscourge Warrior. And maybe even do some damage to the Hellstriders. Sorceress doesn't have a lot of value, and poor Crone Hellebron, dude. I mean, she got about 1,700 value. 1,500, sorry. She's very low, though, and she is going to be forced out of the fight. She's got a lot of leadership for someone who had, like, no HP, but she does get killed by the javelins. Decent value on those guys. And the Witch Elves still occupying the attention of the Hellscourge Warriors, but just not able to finish them. The Bloodrack Medusa, it also got pushed back. It just got caught up too badly by Slaanesh here. Yeah, Broccoli is just going out for blood here. Going right after the Death Sorceress now. Good volley fire with the Shades here. Big damage onto the Sorcerer, who does actually break. Pretty nice. So the Sorceress is going to squeak away here. Fury's landing on top of the Shades again. And the dual weapon Shades, are they going to be able to fight back here adequately enough? They actually are succeeding for the most part. They're going to be able to finish this off, and Slaanesh is looking really haggard. For being up 2,000 value, allegedly, I could not say that seems to be the case at all. So baffling, man. One day we'll figure out all of the ins and outs of this absolutely bizarre damage tracker. Cold One Knights should just fight. The Furies are on the flank here. They're actually doing pretty good damage. Wow, okay, so if Harpies don't get caught in the air, and they can actually get fights on the ground against stuff, then that's where they can perform well. Maybe it's the charge bonus they have. It's not crazy by any means, but it's like the same as Furies, and Furies are pretty good on the charge. And Harpies have way better melee defense. Maybe they're just a hammer and anvil type unit. I'm consistently impressed with the Harpies from Extreme Demigod. He's making them look like a much better unit than I think they actually are, at least. Harpies kind of winning this fight. Oh, they are getting broken before they can really do a whole lot here. Dark Riders coming in. Sorceress trying to finish off this Marauder. Sigvald, some Hellstriders, and that's really about it. We got one Chaos Warrior Hellscourge coming in here. Another Hellstrider moving up on the other side. Harpies, Blackheart Corsairs. Gonna try and hold the #1 objective here. The Hellstriders will be able to cycle charge these guys into oblivion unless the Harpies do a really good job of locking down the escape route here. They might be able to. Really good swap here, actually. Pulling the targeted unit away so that the Hellstriders miss their charge on this Blackheart Corsair, and then collapsing on the flank with the Harpies. Massive damage on these Hellstriders. Actually going to take them down and grind out a decent amount of value there. Stuffing with units to keep Sigvald and the Furies away from the point. The Sorceress with 1,200 value. Putting in a lot of work, man. More Slaanesh Harpies coming in. Hellscourge Warriors reinforcing the middle. I mean, they'll be able to hold there all day, but the edges of the map are definitely being secured pretty comfortably by the Dark Elves. These guys should not go to the middle. I would send them just to hold the 3 and hold on to the #1. The reason for that is that the summons on this map, they're, you know, about equidistant from the middle to the middle summon. The edges might actually be a little closer in. So if you've got the edge on these flanks, maybe you should just commit to sticking with it there. Sigvald was going to move over to the #3, is going back to the middle objective, probably just because more cap weight is coming in here than Broccoli's got available to actually defend it. Hellscourge Warriors hanging out on the point. Furies cleaning up the last of these Cold One Knights. Need to get back up in the air. Need to get a rear charge onto the Blackheart Corsairs. That would be a pretty big win for them. Gonna have to handle it really carefully because the Harpies are flying around up here and being really obnoxious. They end up taking the one-on-one. Very curious to see which side performs better. Not super surprised to see the Harpies immediately losing out on a ton of value. Their leadership very close to breaking. Oh, and they do get frightened. So the leadership is really bad on them. Yeah, for the head-to-head in the air, for sure. Hellscourge Warriors holding the line. Capweight slowly flipping. But they are kind of pummeling this Blackheart Corsair on this point. #1 still being held. #3, lots of cavalry up on here. Maybe going to be able to beat the Hellstriders if they get the right kind of charges. Witch Elves coming in also. What happened to the What happened to the Sorceress? She must have died somewhere here. I just completely missed it, man. One Hellstrider going down. The other does get rear charged by the second Dark Rider. Devoted Marauders getting attacked by the Witch Elves. Witch Elves will clean these guys up in no time. So much melee attack, dude. Murderous Mastery is still active. I always forget that when Dark Elves summon stuff out, their prowess immediately procs. Which improves their leadership as well as their melee attack. They get a little extra charge bonus. What else do they have? Vigor, armor piercing, missile damage. It's okay. Causes Fear is nice for the Witch Elves. They're actually going to kill the Devoted Marauders here. ITP is available for all Slaaneshi units, so the Fear doesn't matter that much in this matchup, but it is better in others. I'm really curious to know if maybe Dark Elves are, like, really powerful on certain maps. As opposed to, like, having really good matchups, maybe they're just really good on specific map setups. I mean, they're pretty good at the kite game. That does mean that they have pretty good matchups for the most part. There's a lot of factions that they can bully around. Khorne especially, like, full Dark Elf kite against Khorne's pretty hard to deal with. You can only infantry spam so much as Khorne and be able to hold on to objectives against, like, Cold One Knights. And Dark Rider repeater crossbows and stuff like that. Sigvald with 1800 value. We finally get a resummon of the Chaos Sorcerer. Number 3 objective still being held. The number 1 barely being anchored by this one Blackheart Corsair. The other Corsairs on the middle objective just kind of folded up. They didn't even take half the HP off of the Hellscourge Warrior. This Dark Rider gets rampaged. Hellstriders take him apart at the seams. More Hellstriders moving in. Witch Elves? Yeah, maybe charging Witch Elves isn't the best idea. Sigvald should get in here and beat him up. 1300 value on these Witch Elves, dude. Pretty crazy. And they are going to actually try and get on top of the Hellscourges, which isn't a bad fight for them. With 49 melee attack, they can reasonably scrap at these guys, I think. Hellscourges, Witch Elves. Infantry spam seems to really be overwhelming Slaanesh. Especially with the fact they don't have Seekers available, and there's not any, like, Bringers of Beguilement or Exalted Demonettes coming in. The armored dual weapon infantry with, like, solid melee attack stats honestly been more than enough to be able to hold back the hordes of Hellstriders. The Witch Elves did get isolated. They overextended. They got surrounded by the other Hellstriders of Slaanesh here. Beautiful Rod of Torment. Very bunched up Blackheart Corsair unit there. Oh god, their leadership. Don't run away, please. Come on, guys. Wow. That's so funny, man. Oh, you gotta love it. The Alpha Strike potential of the Hellstriders. Pretty gnarly stuff, and they do cause fear. So anything that, you know, doesn't have ITP is going to lose 8 leadership right off the bat. So with the Lord also being dead, minus 18 across the field pretty much. So Furies get on the rear of the Dark Riders. Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, you know, or not Marauder. Yeah, oh, it is Marauder Horsemen. It's not Hellstriders. Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, like, doing their best Hellstrider impression, I guess. Looking to get up on the number 1 objective now. Harpies coming in. Some Dark Riders screaming up the field. They're not going to get there first, but it doesn't really matter. Caps just held really well by the Dark Elves. They did make some mistakes here in the middle by sending the Blackheart Corsairs here. Just reinforcing the edges would have been a little bit safer, I think, but trying to stretch your opponent out isn't a bad idea. You know, people are just gonna make mistakes in domination mode. The games go for so long, you have to have so much focus, and you're constantly scanning the battlefield to unsummon stuff, cast magic, keep an eye out for opportunities to get good isolations, and like cycle charging and just all of the other little micro things. So, little things like that oftentimes are just, you know, mistakes that are going to happen over the course of a game no matter what. Trying to, like, mitigate them as much as possible, though, does help a bunch. Witch Elves were absolute nuisance that game. 1,500 and 1,400. Pretty cost-effective value from them. I don't know what was going on with Slaanesh, dude. I mean, like, where did their forces go? They just didn't hang in very well. I mean, the Hellstriders did as good as they always do, pretty much. Oh, I know what got swapped out for the semis. They got rid of the Hell Scourges and brought the Forsaken instead. That was the big adjustment. Forsaken did get into the back line pretty quickly. Did some pretty big damage. Alright, I'm freaking starving. I'm gonna save these 3 replays. I'm gonna do a triple cast for a standalone video tomorrow. As soon as I'm done with all of my other work, I'll do that at least. And I'll come back with y'all then. As for right now, before I start getting real mealy-mouthed, and really losing my mind here, I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go relax and chill. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you all for tuning in. And keep an eye out for the next intermediate tournament. I am definitely going to be trying to host another one before Saturday, when the new player tournament is. Maybe Thursday or Friday are the best options right now. Probably Friday. But, you know, I'll post it. I'll leave some info on my channel as well. And hit up all the usual Discord, so keep an eye out there. GG's, guys. Peace out. Take care.